Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は61日目です。It is day 61, and it is the day before our level up day. So careful not to blink, because once you blink, the session is over. Right? We have 10 minutes, but there's just one. Yeah, this is what happens when you have like a 24-hour rotating schedule, and WaniKani wants to do like a 4, 8, 12 kind of schedule. So we can't level up until tomorrow, largely because all of these have more than a day, a little over a day. But this is expected. You know, our curve kind of looks like peak day, right? Then it kind of descends here, and it slowly crashes down, and then peak day happens again, right? Oh wait, actually, just kidding. There's a second peak day, so like here, it kind of goes down, then it goes here again, and it just plummets, right? That's kind of the curve that we operate on. So today is the lowest of the day. We're just gonna hop right in and move along with our lesson learning session. Okay. Let's see what we have. Hidarite. あー dang it! It's Toru. Sorry. Fine. Oh. Wait. Oh no, this is fine. Meikyoku. 曲. Maitsuki. Toru. Well, I'm not gonna go over this. Let's do our refresher quickly as possible. Typos be typos, right? The system does not have jerk reflex or typo catch, which is probably a feature that I would say should be default. Okay, so neck, Yakuza, death, jet, knife, fortune, city, long, mama, angel, tongue, grain, eat, sheep, ladle, lion. What does this use? Boil, blood, house. Okay, reads. Read. Choku. Choku jiki. Shu. Shi. Omo. Ya. Ryo. Zen. Mei. Go. Ko. Ka. Cha. Yo. Ho. Ho. Shi. Sho. こかいあんけつこせかかつえんKyoku. Just want to double check on Kyoku. Okay. Koku. Mai. Chi. You. Yo. Chi. Nan. Zen. Pen. Shitsu. Ubi. Shoku. Shi. Ho. Ye. Uchi. Ya. Right. Well, that's kind of annoying, but that's fine. It's a known jerk reflex, the ta and the to. Yeah, and that's a wrap. Like I said, you blink, and it's already over. Largely because of the way the schedule works on SRS with my stream schedule. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you blinked, it's over now. Yeah, so if you're only interested in WaniKani and or Japanese, this is the end of our Japanese learning session for today. Minasan, mata ne. Mata ne, ja ne. You don't know the on for yo and zara or blood? That's blood. Ketsu. Right, ketsu. Alright, we're gonna switch gears right away because today is a low SRS day. So tomorrow will be our leveling up day, so it's gonna be a big one, right? It makes up for it. The calm before the storm. Okay. I should learn how to say that in Japanese. Okay. Thank you again. I'll see you tomorrow. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第54天。It is day 54. Business as usual. We are starting to get used to doing something that is new to the structure, which is to expand and retroactively add things. And we're continue to expand this throughout the year, slowly moving into our second month, right? Getting a grasp of how to further engage with the product by infusing more and more of our own knowledge into the tool. I think HanziHero is a great testing bed for that. Obviously, WaniKani is a lot more rigid and mature now, so it's been streamlined to oblivion. For better or for worse, we take different approaches. HanziHero is still in its honestly, it's still pretty much in its honeymoon phase, so there's plenty of things being tested. We haven't used the dictionary beta yet, where we would add things in ourselves and circulate things, but I have an idea for that in the future. It's actually going to take place with comparing the Anki functionality on the Japanese side of things versus using the built-in system of HanziHero to create specific terminology and decks for, well, not really. In this case, we wouldn't be completing adding a deck. It would be adding it into HanziHero. So 2 different approaches in the future for video game specific things. Quite excited about that. More on that in the later in 2025. Okay, so let's go over our mistakes. 有用 This is supposed to be useful. Kan lai to appear. Table. 出现 Oh wait. Oh, do I actually have 2 things that... Oh no, seams. That's right. They want seams for this. And I keep saying appear. This is to appear. Did I come up with something different for this? Because it's come up multiple times. I might write a note for this if it occurs again. 出现 出现 Okay. No, I think the mnemonic that I was using allowed me to figure out that this is seams. But seams, did I come up with anything for seams? Well, think about it. This is dart. Could use the arrow from WaniKani. Oh, I didn't look up shoot. So let's make a note. Look up shoot. 没想到 not expect. We'll see if the other stuff comes up. 写作 I have a backup for this too. 放假 this was to have a day off. We have backups for this too. In fact, my backup worked within the lesson yesterday, within the reviews. 面试 this one is you gotta know it, so I'm gonna suck it up here. 课 I have a backup, right? Yes, I have a backup for this too. Bing. Actually, I think this was on the definition side. It was person versus people. Or no. To get to just illness in general. It's illness in general, but to get ill, right? To become ill. I think they take get ill too. And then this is people versus person, right? Sick. People or patients. Let's make a quick look. to fall ill, and it's to get sick. These are interpretations. They don't have. They're not supposed to be grammatically anything. I'm not a person who gravitates towards direct translations, but whatever gets to the essence of the meaning. I gotta look up. Was it under sound? Shoots. It's under components. I'm looking for shoot. Let's double check on shoot. Okay. Shoot does not have the slide to the left. Shoot. And shoot and dart. I think dart was earlier. Or was it later? Same unit? I'm not scanning systematically. I'm looking at other things that look alike as well. Doko desu ka? Ne? Am I? Yikes. Okay, I think it's in the same unit. So it's here somewhere. Oh, there it is. It's after. I see. Okay. Alright. Alright. So let's get into our lessons.
Chang ge.
Yeah. Sing song is a sing. Yep. 他很会 interesting. 他很会唱歌 interesting. 他 that's a 边 right? 他边唱歌 他边唱歌边工作
他边唱歌边工作
She sang as he sang as he worked. Oh. Concurrent. 他边唱歌边工作 Interesting. That's actually a grammar related thing.
唱歌 高兴
Okay. 高兴 Tall excitement is glad. Oh no. Okay, happy is on there. Okay, pleased is also on there. Glad. I don't use the word glad too often. With the exception of like I'm glad to hear that sometimes. Or like, no, see, I don't use glad very often. Jeez, glad. Okay. 我很高兴，我很高兴你能来，你能来，
我很高兴你能来。
你能来，很高兴认识你。Wow.
高兴，钱包，
钱包, yeah. A package that contains money or coin is a wallet or purse. Is there any other alternate? Wallet and purse works. I mean, a money bag still works. It's kind of interesting. I think for synonyms, I don't change from this. Like, for example, like this is a money bag. Like a money bag is a wallet. So when someone says 钱包, I still think of a money bag. It's irrelevant if it's specifically called a wallet or not in English, or purse. It's a bag that contains money. So it's funny that I'm now starting to realize that these words, when I'm like listening to my parents, I don't translate them to these words. I interpret them to a money bag. It's like, oh, okay, I'm looking for a bag with money in it. This ends up being more pedantic for interpretation than anything. Interesting. We'll still type wallet. I doubt I'll type money bag in this case. 钱包是 What the heck is 空的 钱包是空的 The wall is
钱包是空的。
我忘了带钱包 I forgot to bring my wallet. Yeah. Oops. Wait. 钱包。
钱包。
wallet.
十几。
十几。More than 10. Intriguing. Over 10. 十几. 10 plus. 10 something. I'm more likely to say 10 something, but if the order of the characters were reversed, as in 几十 it would mean tens instead. If you have 10 and then several more, you have more than 10 in total. I'm trying to think of when I would use 十几. Very particular. I mean, like, it's general and it's still very particular, particularly general. 十几. 十几. That's supposed to be like 跳. No. Counter. 十几 counter. 渔船.
十几条渔船。
渔船. Oh, it is 条. Okay. I should know it because it's one of my characters, but I didn't quite remember the middle vertical stroke. 十几条. 十几条鱼. Oh, it's 2. 渔船. 渔船. That's my bad. I thought it might have been 3. half tone. 我怕了 no 我拍了十几张照片
我拍了10几张照片。
Yeah. 我拍了十几张照片。你十几 more than 20 okay. 你十几 or not 你20几Sorry, for whatever reason, I have this tendency of reading 2 as ni all the time. Ni because ne and ni are closer than r. Jeez.
十几找钱。
交钱 That's a multifunctional thing, so you could say another number and more than, I suppose. It's kind of like have built-in grammar. 找钱 to look for coins, to give change. That's interesting. This one's a little interesting. To give change is to look for and deliver the coins that they are owed. Yeah. 交钱. You could also see it as to look for money. Like, you could kind of mistaken it for looking for money. 交钱. Like literally look for money. The phrase to look for money as opposed to give change. 这家 I have a feeling I'm going to type that sometime. We'll see. 这家店缴钱很快。
这家店找钱很快。
他们给你交钱了吗？他忘了给我交钱。not 交钱，交钱。I had the wrong tone the whole time. So 这家店缴钱很快。他们给你交钱了吗？他忘了给我交钱 ，right？
找钱。唱歌。十几。高兴。找钱。钱包。
All right. 有钱 Yeah. To possess coin is rich, wealthy, wealth. Affluent. Something in is small change like cents. I see. What was the middle one? I see turf. I see... Oh wait, did I get this one? I feel like I might have gotten this one already. Bill, turf, moon. Bill, turf, moon. No, I don't think so. To scatter. Oh, yeah. Okay. Mao Tian is probably what I would think of. Like small units, Mao Tian is what I would think of for like cents. Something to use about giving Mao Tian. Affluent. Affluent is a good one. Actually, honestly, have money. I should start adding these literals. But you won't say Zhao Mao Tian. It's kind of weird. I'm not saying. I think you're making an assumption here. That's a bit of assumption. It's only weird because you thought about it. I didn't say I was going to use Zhao in it. I actually said the word gay to gay ni Mao Tian, not Zhao. To find it is to give the phrase they translated is to give change, not to look for change. So Zhao Mao Tian, to look for small units, would be weird, but to give change is to give change. So 给你毛钱，给你的毛钱, right? So, well, you're not necessarily assuming in a different way. It's not clear if you're looking at the screen or not, but the definition they gave was to give change. I think I should have added, I was considering adding to look for change, right? 找 Zhao Tian or Zhao, I don't actually know the read of that character. It would tell me they're looking for change. They're not giving me change. They're looking for change. So I was just curious. So this, I'm gonna add have money, because if you're rich, you have money. It's fine. I think it's fine. I should have, in wallet and purse, I should have put money bag, because I actually just call it a money bag or a money container. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I call, I don't even know what I call where you keep your money these days, because it's more like a plastic container now. 我不是有钱人啊，有钱人。I'm not rich, but I'm not poor either. Wait, what was? 没钱人? Is that poor? Can you do 没钱? That sounds weird, but can you just say? In Cantonese, 文青 also mean to work to earn money. Oh, 叫 oh, interesting. To look for money is to earn money. I think I saw that somewhere on this list, actually. Not that it's supposed to be Cantonese, but that's interesting. Yeah, to search for money, to find money, man. So many utilities. The rich gets richer. Oh, 有钱的越来越有钱. Oh man, 有钱的越来越有钱. That's pretty good.
有钱坏
Why? Oh, dude. Oh, bad. I was thinking of different why. I was thinking of break. Yeah, you can say 没钱. Oh, okay. Yeah. 我没钱的. But Chinese like two words together, so usually 没有钱. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, 没有钱 is probably 我没有钱, right? 我没有钱人. All right. We got a new thing. A snowflake. I mean, it looks like a snowflake. And it kind of has water in it. Low key. Low key, it kind of looks like water. It looks like a messed up water. I mean, yeah. Snowflake. Sure. That works.
坏
Literal snowflake. Literal snowflake. Okay, the Hulk is in the bathroom of the high school. Ice, but is not. Yeah, it's close to ice and water. I mean, it's good. I mean that's the, it's blue, so it's a component. It could be anything you want to interpret it as long as it fits into the mnemonics. And that's kind of funny. Because this is simplified, like this, all of these strokes are abbreviated. Like the water and ice stroke and whatnot, they can all be abbreviated into like this. When they're smashed together, they're all related. So this pattern can be abbreviated in so many ways. And for these type of mnemonic systems, they lump them all together. So inherently that snowflake could end up being water and ice. It's similar enough. It's kind of like a suit. Oh, people don't like this one. I saw this come up a bunch of times in the forum. The simplification, like the not having separate things for these two. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, you're looking at this and you're like, snowflake? Use your critical thinking and problem solving. As opposed to being reliant on being exact, right? That's being pedantic, right? The whole, yeah, have to assume the nuances yourself. Be wary of the nuances yourself. Like for example, like this too, right here. Someone could argue, well, it's not this. So what is this? Is this a drop? Is this a drop? So it's cross plus a drop? Or is it soil? So there's a lot of, and this one is abbreviated too, as well. Right. Because you can see that a dress has a lid, but it's abbreviated. So the lid got replaced with a snowflake. Yeah. These are generalizations. Oh yes, the 1 dot and 2 dot always get messed up in primary school. I see. And the something will circle if it is, oh, the teacher will circle it wrong. I see. You will see a comment if it is a radical, it will be slanted. If it is a word on its own, it will be straight. Not completely, because there are different fonts too that decide to normalize this type of font versus this type of font. But maybe in Malaysia it's more consistent. On the internet, it deals with the text font, whatever font or print they use, largely because writing, in my opinion, it's more so for writing purposes and not depiction purposes. So if you're writing these characters, personally, this flows better than this. But I might be reading too much into it. For myself, what you're saying is probably true for you. It's up in the air for me, seeing that I write all of it most of the time. Like this one could be presented probably this way too. In this character, because this character is really dense. So when you see like small text, it can be presented this way. No slants. it's kind of funny because this does kind of matter now because you have things like this, right? And then you have to decide if you're gonna do this or do this or do this. Yeah. Like this one this one is exceptional. I think this is funny. Or what's another one? This one. Or this. Or this. Good old dots. Dots everywhere. Oh, and I typically slant my dots even though some dots are represented as flat, as vertical. I don't know, I haven't decided. For you, you write it slanted? Yeah, I prefer slant. I think slants are more interesting looking. So whenever there's a slant preference, I tend to slant things. It looks more interesting to me though. That's why I do it. Because I'm used to it because they teach us like that in primary school. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, my since I didn't learn it in primary school, obviously, I prefer slants because artistically, to me, artistically and aesthetically, it's more interesting to look at when you're doing this, as opposed to this or this. However, you know, the reason is because most of the other things are one-dimensional, right? That's a very superficial reason. There's no like historical reason or anything. Nothing incredibly detailed oriented. I don't have a long story behind it. It looks nice. Okay. So the Hulk is in the bathroom of the high school where he is blowing off some steam, and I would get them wrong. Like, hear me out. If the teacher see it, then they'll probably mark it wrong, and I'm okay with that. I know that I would probably write it the way my teacher wants it to be written to get the grade, but then it would be an extra thing that I can choose to do, right? It's not from an act of rebellion, largely because I would write it the way someone would grade it and then go on and write it the way I would write it. Largely because I want to be different a little bit. And then if I want to talk to someone, I probably try to write it in a way that is legible to them, right? Otherwise, there's always computers, I suppose. The Hulk is in the bathroom of the high school where he is blowing off some steam. He's gone back to the school for his GED. Oh, Hulk's getting his high school degree. But in reality, he is a very bad student. Okay? He takes a dress that he stole from the women's locker, and rips it into pieces before weaving it into a net, with which he uses to grab soil through the bathroom window. It's snowing outside, so it's mixed with the soil. Mixed into the soil is a bunch of snowflakes. He throws the soil and snowflakes all over the bathroom, making a bad mess. I'll show them for giving me bad grades, he roars. Oh boy. Don't be like Hulk, kids. Don't be like Hulk. Bad. We'll leave this here for now. I was gonna add a few synonyms, but I think bad is good enough for now. This is a character, so it can have multiple things. The origin is probably, yeah. this gives you an idea. The examples give you an idea of where the origin of this character is, why they chose to call this character this radical bad, or this character. Yeah, character. 坏事，坏事，坏人，坏人 to damage. Yeah. 破坏。破坏。I was gonna write undesirable. That's fine. Okay. 坏。
坏，累，
累. Tired? Yeah, I can get behind that. Silk! Oh no. Wait. We're gonna put thread here. Heck, you know what? We're gonna put silk thread as well. Thread and silk works. Same difference. Yeah, it's not really, but it's similar enough. For a mechanical use. To make silk, you need the cocoon or the thread, right? To make it into a thread, right? To make silk, you need the cocoon of a silkworm. Then you take one of the small loose threads, right, and use that to slowly unravel it. That small thread from the cocoon is used to weave silk. Okay, fine. And then yeah, here's the silk. Yeah, I know where they were going with that. And then yarn. Ja. Interesting. Okay. Ooh, gauze. A net, turkey, and silk. Huh.
累，
Okay, lay. Legolas is in the bathroom of the beach house by the bay where he is cleaning up the miniature rice field. Okay, rice field in a bathtub which has been dirtied with sand. He uses a silk cloth. Okay, he uses a silk cloth to clean up, but begins to feel tired. So tired that he lays down in the miniature rice field bathroom. Oh, I didn't think that was... Oh, so it's a literal rice field in the bathroom. I thought maybe like a miniature rice field, like a miniature thing, you know, like a collage or a model or something. A miniature rice field bathtub, and puts the silk cloth over his head and starts to take a nap. Alright, so I'm gonna rephrase this to Legolas got tired of cleaning the miniature rice field. His miniature rice field that got dirty with sand. The sand is important because we need to know that he's at a beach house. Right. He got tired cleaning his miniature rice field that got dumped with sand. Maybe he dropped the miniature rice field outside. He was trying to dust off it with a silk cloth, right? And he just got tired of doing it. 很累. Interesting. What is that? 劳累. Can't see the thing, but interesting. Few fires, a crown, and a and power. Oh wait, what is that supposed to be here? Was that supposed to be muscular arm? Yeah, that's supposed to be muscular arm in this one. Intriguing. There are so many later characters I'm like trying to brainstorm, like how the heck how the heck are they gonna
累
get it? Okay.
累 坏 有钱
All right. Up we
说
go. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Elder brother, we don't really need to. Yeah, elder brother, older brother, okay. I'm gonna even write big brother as well. Sometimes I throw in synonyms, so just make sure we get them. A merman. Oh, fins with the big brother? Nice. Alright, sure. Merman. Jeez. Two large fins. Okay. I'd go from merman to, oh no, to convert. I can see how they avoid a convert. Wait. To redo? No. Yeah. What the yeah? Okay.
说
I see so many teasers for so many more synonyms. And we'll try, I guess I'll try to write the nuances in notes as we go on in the future. But not for now. Not for now. Not right now. All forms of speak. All forms of say. Yeah. That's good. I think we're fine. Sherlock is in front of the office building, trying to speak to a merman who is dressed up in a white collared shirt. On land? The words that... Oh, well, you know what? There are mermen. Yeah. And now I'm starting to think more of a Guillermo situation. Something that... or Del Toro would come up with. Like... a merman in a suit situation. The words that come out of Sherlock's mouth hit the merman's... Yeah, words always hit things. Hit the merman's ears and bounce off. Sherlock is certainly speaking, but I don't think the merman understands. Alright. 说话, right? 说话. 听说 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 yeah, 听说 in other words. Yeah? I don't know. 别的话 No, just kidding. Oh, 就是说 就是说 That makes sense. 就是说 Yeah, 就是说 although I don't know, 难说虽说谁说 I can't read those markers. I don't know this character yet. I mean, it kind of looks like. And then 谁说 sorry not 谁说说
说，重，
Zhong, heavy. Yep. Do I know that simplified character? No, I don't know that simplified character. What is it supposed to be related to Gui? I mean, the closest thing I can think of is Gui, but what is the leftmost character? I don't think I've used that simplified character too often. Dong, heavy. Heavy is heavy. We got it. A kettlebell. No. Churn. The Churn. That's the whole point. I don't know the traditional or the simplified. I read the traditional, and I'm like, I don't know what that is. Because I don't know the simplified one either. So then you typed it in simplified, and I'm like, yeah, that's exactly the point. I don't actually know what that character is. Imagine having a kettlebell that you need to drag along 1,000. I see it. 1,000 Chinese miles. Or having to drag 1,000 kettlebells 1 Chinese mile? What the? But how does... Okay. Dragging a kettlebell. But just now you said... Yeah, because I read the pinyin. See, this is what I mean by I don't think you're actually looking at the screen. So earlier when you were making the comment about Tian, right? Jiao, right? Jiao Tian. That's what I'm assuming based on how you're answering the questions and stuff. You're listening, but I'm reading as well. So I read the pinyin. That's how I know I didn't know what it is. Yes. Having to drag 1,000 kettlebells, 1 Chinese. So what am I doing for 1,000 miles? Chinese miles. Dragging a kettlebell. This is gonna suck. This one's gonna be tough. Oh, well, you know, why couldn't it be 1,000 kettlebell is really heavy, you know? So I'm gonna write a note. What's really heavy? What's really heavy? You like listening better? Yeah, me too. Good luck with Anki. Good luck. Okay, kettlebell.
重，
James Bond. Okay, James Bond is in the bathroom of the temple where he is doing some water aerobics in the hot spring to stay mentally... Okay, I get it. Hot spring because we're in the temple. To stay mentally and physically fit while working as an undercover monk. He has a heavy secret agent kettlebell that he lifts up and down while standing in the spring. Okay, a bunch of fat, heavy monks soaking in the spring watch him with heavy suspicions, wondering who he is. Interesting. I like the heavy suspicion. Heavy is both abstract and literal here. I was gonna say what's the word? Substantial. Significant. I mean, I might even put important. Like it's both figurative and literal. Actually, most of the time I don't use "종" as literally heavy, but more like it's important and it's significant. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, 重要, 重要, and then I guess to lift weights. 集中, 集中. Yeah, see, severe injury, so significant injury, like significant harm. 中伤. 中伤? 中伤? Yeah, 中伤. What the heck is that left one? 长中. And then serious, yeah. 严重. Oh, serious is a good one too. Yeah, serious, important, significant, substantial. Okay. Whoops.
重
Okie dokie.
Zhong.
Am I being a pep? Oh, chua, whoops. The diphthongian.
Sure.
That's fine. That's a common diphthong that I reverse back and forth. Only English things. English related things. T. 身体. It's probably the T in 身体. What the heck is that combination of characters? Okay, sprout, that kind of makes sense. Something that sprouts out of a rice field. Right, it's a pole that sprouts, yeah, I get that. Okay. Stack. Okay, now you're... Okay. Here we see a rod right next to a sprout. This is, of course, none other than a stack used to keep the sprout growing nice and straight. Oh, stake, not a stack. Stake. Oh, no. Wait. A stake. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Sure. Can't link it to music, huh? This one's gonna be tough. So now we have cartilage. Cartilage and the moon. At the end of a rib bone shaped... At the end of a rib bone shaped like a crescent moon is a bit of cartilage attached to it. Attaching to it to the spine. True? 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 Okay. I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, alright, sure. But you had to think of it as the bone and not the cartilage part. Okay.
T.
Got it, I got it. You could kind of see it. More of an amorphous cap, but... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I got you. So, Timmy Turner is in the basement of the house where he assembles a bone? He has assembled a bone, a steak, and a pot of beans. Okay. He wishes that it will turn into a body. And his wish is granted. Okay, okay. At first, I was going to say where he has assembled a body composed of bone, steak, and a pot of beans. But the person is saying assembled as in collected. Assembled. What a turn of phrase. The steak and bone... Okay, the steak and bone break into a few pieces forming a skeleton, and then are surrounded by beans forming the flesh. What a strange body. Okay. Alright. Royalty. Royalty. Meat. Body. Royalty for human body. That's funny. That's fantastic. It's very close to a meat bag. 体会. So you basically you have the ability. You have the ability of the whole, like the body, so an understanding, maybe. T TU, right? TU and collective. 真体. No, D. Oh, that's G. Oh no, it's missing the left side. DT. Physical examination. I don't know what that right one is. 体检. 体检. Okay.
体影
Ying. Shadow. Intriguing. I don't know if I would jump straight to shadow. Okay, hair is still hair, so I can get behind that. Yeah, in shape.
影
Ying. Okay. Yoshi is in the basement. Yoshi is in the basement of the English Manor, where he is playing with his toys. Okay, go on. He has a Capitol building. Oh no, that is a Capitol building. On top of a table, surrounded by some of his spotted green eggs and a miniature sun hanging on a strand of hair suspended from the ceiling. The Capitol building casts a long shadow that reaches all the way to some old statue at the back of the building. Intriguing. Shadow. Where are you getting shadow from? Silhouette? 身影 身影 影响 印象 No, 影响 Yeah, 电影 would be what I would... Electric shadow. Okay, I can get behind that. 电影院 photographer. Pie, maybe like pie something. I can't read that. Sh oh, 摄影师 Oh, okay. Okay.
影 体 影
Okay. Those are questionable. Very, very questionable. Alright, time to lock in. Why did I think that? It's fine. That's just me warming up. Fine.
起床，
你每天几点起床？
It's fine.
干杯，
为友谊干杯。
今后，
今后的任务，
一起，
我们
书写，
这支笔书写流利，
好，商，
Did they go with sale or salesperson or store salesman? Okay.
奶，拿出，
拿出身份证，
起诉，
我会起诉你，
并，雨衣，
他今天穿雨衣，
北京，
北京的冬天真冷啊。
你呢？
你呢？你需要多长时间？
Uh-oh. I have no idea what this is supposed to be. It's not half because that's the character. Whoops. Oh, it is half because of it. Oh. I thought it was gonna use... okay, just kidding. Even though I misspelled it. This was a young. Alright, time to check. So, no, it's not. Maybe it is. We have a tree. Yoshi in the bathroom of the chapel. Consumed. Oh yeah. Consumed a sheep. Popped it out, and the monk, right, dropped holy water onto it to convert it into a tree
样，
or something like that. Change the appearance. Whoops, what was the misspelling?
家，呼，冷气，
冷气一直开着。
This is supposed to be true. I don't know. This is supposed to be true. Okay.
同，后来，
你后来做了什么？
Okay. I don't know which one you are anymore. Oh, this is Tool. There's no way around this one. Yeah, there's no way around that one. You just gotta know. It's so far removed from everything. The closest thing I can think of is related to true as much as possible. Yeah, that stuff is so cheap. No.
一再，
他一再拒绝我们的邀请。
中文系，
我在中文系学习中文。
在，
Yeah, I don't know why
不同，
他们的文化非常不同。
I don't know why I wrote Yong for whatever reason. That was so weird.
先，跑，地，您们，
你们几时走？
看穿，
我看穿了他的诡计。
Folding chair, net. Oh yeah.
起火，
房子起火了。
第一，
安全第一。
西南，
他在我们的西南方。
过火，
你说的太过火了。
东南，
中国东南地区。
Ah! Oh, whoops. I was thinking of something else. I was thinking like context and stuff.
看，
I don't care about to look at. The prepositions are dangerous.
东京，
东京是世界上最大的城市。
号，喜，
Okay, all right, hold. Hold. Something about turning a turkey. Combining a dog and a turkey, which turns it into a chicken with cleats, right? I don't know where the cocoon comes in. Oh, and the chicken chased Jimmy Neutron, or yeah. Jimmy Neutron.
鸡，
And he turned himself into a cocoon.
慢， 比分，
把比分拉平。
比分 What was B? Comparable? To compare parts? 拉平打比分拉平 I don't know. Right. It's kind of like fun for score. It's kind of like score as well. To obtain parts is to score. I need to come up with a new mnemonic for score related things. Because both of the scores are terrible. I might actually associate this with score. It was either score or be comparable. I took a 50-50. There.
没想到，
我没想到会收到礼物。
No. Can't tell if this is the basement or the bathroom.
气，
It's the bathroom. Okay.
歌， 生病，
他每年冬天都容易生病。
听觉，
听觉敏锐。
病人，
病人需要休息。
客，汗，
Whoops. Almost hit a typo there.
国外，
他在国外工作了5年。
I am not entirely sure how I'm gonna do Shay, Shay and Shui, because they're very close, and I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna distinguish them based on hearing. Shay and Shui. It's 睡觉, not 睡觉, right? 睡觉. It made me second guess based on my hearing alone. It's probably because I'm not pronouncing consistently.
放假，
我这个月没有一天放假。
本人，
你本人怎么觉得？
Oh, just yourself. Dang, this one is bad too. We need another one. Oh, and I should write self. This one is pretty. We'll work on a new mnemonic for. We'll work on new mnemonic for those. Break them down into bigger components because the vocabulary mnemonic is not working. It's terrible. Like, it doesn't matter if you're carrying a notebook or not. It's not yourself. Regardless, not enough. It could be anything you're carrying by yourself. I have an idea. Okay. Don't worry about that later.
考试，
这次考试太难了。
Ned Flanders is in the pawn shop. In the watchtower? With some and then there's some trouble selling something, but there's some troublesome turkeys?
难得，
他难得看书。
果树，
那棵果树很大。
睡，觉，
Dracula out in front of the bakery. All the old people strap them to a hill and wait for the sun to come up.
都
Yeah.
试图
试图找到答案。
试图找到答案。试图 diagrams, instructions, maps.试图 to try to picture. I have no idea. To try, to attempt, 试图. So it's like picture in your mind, to try to picture something in your mind and then test it out. Yeah, there's no way around this either. I was gonna say to test, but
汽车，
汽车是交通工具。
告诉
我要告诉你一个好消息。
do it silently. You just gotta learn silently that week.
请坐，
请坐，别客气。
票，日，打球，
我喜欢打球。
回到，
请回到你的座位上。
请，哦，和，姐妹，
我朋友有2个姐妹。
东北，
她住在城市的东北部。
3月，N，
Oops, got the Okay, we got some component breakdowns that are required here. Okay. So many components. All right. Snowflake. Silk. Merman. Merman. Kettle. Kettlebell. Older brother. Steak. Hair. Bone. Sprout. Dong. Lay. Why? Oh, that's not Jung. Whoops. That's Bay. Bay. Dong. Chua. Wall. T. Ying. Dongnan. Yang Ge. 是 十几 十几 高兴 早前 钱包 有钱 Okay. Okay, so we have Sherlock, Sherlock, bathroom, beach house, Sherlock, bathroom, beach house, willow tree, oh, I am unsure about the probably I'm unsure about the switch up. Probably like this. Oh. Oh, actually these are two separate things, right? So probably like Something like that. Willow tree that covers his eyes. Allow better sleep. Right. We have Legolas. Bathroom. Beach house as well. Legolas beach house. Miniature got trying to clean his miniature rice paddy with a silk cloth. Not tired of doing it. And we have Hulk. Hulk bathroom. Hulk bathroom in the high school. Being upset about grades, so he took the dress from the women's locker room, I guess. Paired it up and made it into a net. And then collected soil to fling it all around. That's good enough. We use 1 instance of silk. James Bond bathroom temple lifting a kettlebell, a heavy kettlebell, secret agent heavy kettlebell, and the big monks there look at him with heavy suspicion, right? Then we have Shrek. No, not Shrek. Sherlock. Sherlock outside of the barn. Sherlock outside the barn trying to outside the barn. No, not yeah, barn. No, it's not barn. It is barn. Wait. No. Office building. Office building trying to talk to a merman. The words hit the face, right? I don't think the merman understands. Okay. Jimmy Turner. Basement of the house. Scrounging up components. So we have yeah, bone, steak, beans. Trying to wish it to become a body, right? Bone, steak, sprout is part of steak, wishing it to become a body. Yoshi. Yoshi. Basement. English manor. English manor. Have a miniature cap, like have a miniature cap setup with a Capitol building and a sun hanging from hair that casts a shadow. The Capitol building that casts a shadow. So hair. So we did not use these two yet, right? Okay. All right. All right. So 本人 Benren, I am going to use Japanese for this. It's a definition problem, right? So, main person is the main character, right? The MC. And the MC is the self. That's what we're going to use for that from now on. The fun. What's the other one? The fun. Probably. Right. So we're locking these two to score. And score. Is there any other ways? We have stack. Stack. Muscular arms and fins. Nah, I think that's fine. We'll see how well that works. This one was a typo. Or like a brain fart, I don't know. A first prompt day. So there's nothing like Utong different. What is not the same is different. Like this is really self-explanatory. Okay. This one is going to be tough no matter what, this component, which is supposed to be tools. And tools could be used to know the truth. The truth is a cross with the tool. Is supposed to be how I retroactively but that also implies that I would need to know true. It looks like a tool shed, I suppose. I guess we can imagine it being a tool shed. Or like a tool shelf on like legs. That might help. Then 是 视图 Look at how the bottom of pool works now. Oh, there's a stroke in between. And then whirlpool. 视图 the current mnemonic is you have to picture it in your head and then try it, right? And then test it out. I think that's okay. Honestly, it's picturing yourself trying another way too. That one's kind of rusty. Could we do something with the components? We have whirlpool, mouth, hat. Words, crossbeam, and an arrow. Try to picture using words. No. This is everything works in that structure. Honestly, just knowing this is try is good enough. Try to picture. Problem with picture and try is if you say try to picture something, you can do that with every single character combination. Well, I'll have to brainstorm about that one. And this one was just a misread. So not too bad here. Right, yeah. Dongnan. Oops. Nope. Just kidding. And I've mistaken this for something else. Oh no, I didn't. This one was a shay shay versus a shay, right? Shay. I think that gotta pay more attention. I don't think there's a mnemonic for it other than getting the mnemonic itself. It's a difference in character. Oh no, in location. So it'd be the difference between. Oh no. Yeah, it's a difference in character. Because Shay would be Shrek at a beach house. Shui is Sherlock at a beach house. So yeah, gotta be more diligent there. All right, that's a wrap for today. For our Chinese session, HanziHero. That's the conclusion of our lesson. Our language learning session. Thanks for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right. Until next time. 大家下次再见. Right. 下次见. Yeah, and then I'm gonna switch gears. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back to tentatively the 10th and final session for all intents and purposes. Today we're gonna do our wrap up, save our Chinese and Japanese playthrough for before the next game arrives, right? As we've done with Infinite Wealth. It's been a long journey. We have one last thing to do, in which I deliberately saved for, which was the battle with the Amon pirates, right? Before then, I kind of want to do one thing, and that involves wearing multiple shark rings. So I have one shark ring, and this requires getting quality parts, quality components, and shark stones. Maybe getting 2 of these rings. I'm close enough to 2 of these rings, right? I'm close enough to get 3 of these rings, actually. Let's see if these still depict what they have. No, they don't depict what they have. So I would have to go to the locations. So let's quickly go to the locations. I could buy all the reagents if possible. I want to try something. Oh no, this is a regular store.
Oh, hello.
It would have to be a pawn shop, right? Oh, right. Buy
Certainly.
some pet food. I don't actually... I want to try something. But we're not gonna farm for it. And there's something funny that I wanted to notice. I wanted to see. You got any... I'll take whatever you have. That's not bad. That's an ABC store. Armory doesn't have anything. Clothing shop. Sports store. No. No. Might have something there. And other than that, it has to be out in the ocean, right? There's one more. There's one more material place on the west side of the city. What do you have?
Hey.
Oh, we got shark stones. Sure, let's buy the tentacles too.
It's a pleasure.
Okay. And no, that's coconuts. Herbal. They're all close enough together, so let's just go down there. I want to bop Amon. Like, bop Amon. I can probably say Amon is probably not as crazy in this game because everything is very subdued in this game. Which you can kind of tell by the leaning off of the diff requirements, right? Like this game does not require a new game plus. More on all of this later in a bit when I'm reviewing, but I've been trying to reflect quickly on what's the direction of these games, right?
Oh, hello.
So we'll talk more about it. I wonder what happens if you wear 2 of these. Not that shooting things is relatively quick.
Hello? Thank you.
Double checking. Flowers? I doubt a flower place has. My shoulder button works today. You know it works when you hit, you hit 3 out of 3 quick steps. No.
Think so?
You know your right button is working when you hit your perfect quick steps.
Hey there.
What did you have? Onions?
Thanks.
Bruh, come on. That's a grocery store too.
Aloha.
Mangoes.
Thank you, friend.
1 pineapple for $58. Inflation's harsh, but man, yikes. I can't see. Perfect block as well. Shoulder buttons are working today.
Pain in the ass.
Okay. All right. Oh. Okay.
Hello there.
Nope.
Oh.
So it's just that one place. Oh, there's the pawn shop, yeah. I feel like we purchased all of these as well. I don't know if they restock. Alternatively, we can also go back and forth, TPing between lighthouse positions.
Hi.
Do you restock? No.
Thanks.
Oh, I don't think they restock at all then. Excuse me. Yeah, so we're slightly off of materials. However, I think we can make do with 3 of them.
Welcome. I'll start right now.
Oh, this is gonna be tedious.
That'll do it. What
So we got the second one, but now we need to make 20 of
Meet
these.
your expectations? Here, finished up.
Wait,
Meet your
That'll
expectations?
do it. I'll start right now.
Here, finished up. Meet your expectations? Finished up.
you can't You can't do multiple of
That'll
these.
do it. I'll start right now. That'll do it. Meet your expectations. Finished up. Meet your expectations. That'll do it. I'll start right now. Here. Finished up.
Am I a pep? Is there a way
back
to?
again.
Oh, is there a way to do this
Welcome.
multiple? No, I don't think so.
I'll start right now.
Yeah.
Here. Finished up. Meet your expectations. That'll do it. Meet your expectations. Here. Finished up. I'll start right now. That'll do it.
I don't think
Meet
I
your
would wear
expectations.
more than
Finished up.
3,
I'll
but
start right
let's
now.
see.
That'll do it.
In my head. Oh, I need 30 of these. Dang.
Meet your expectations. Finished up. I'll start right now. That'll do it. I'll start right now. Here. Finished up. Meet your expectations. That'll do it. I'll start right now. That'll do it. Meet your expectations. Here. Finished up. I'll start right now. That'll do it. Meet your expectations. Here. Finished up. Meet your expectations. That'll do it. I'll start right now. Here. Finished up.
There we
Come
go.
back again.
Whoops.
Welcome. Meet your expectations. That'll do it.
Okay. I didn't
Back
even
again.
check if like these even stack, but okay. So we're keeping these, right? And then let's move these over here. So these are the defensive items that I was gonna use. And we're gonna use the Ring of Frost, right? And we're gonna do 3 shark rings, right? Ah, they clearly stack. Oh, 3, 8, yeah. And then I don't know. What is this? Stormy weather. And this. Yeah. So now we have tons and tons, and I don't know what this actually does. It says it increases the power attack of all the rings you have on. Well, these are already base 380. I'm curious what happens behind the scenes. All right, now is exactly what we came for. Now we're going to Amon. Like the madness bonus and the other things, like it's like pretty mid.
Captain.
I'm guessing the Amon pirates give you another ring. If there's anything that is traditional, is Amon pirates will give you the War God's talisman. So it's a ring that will regenerate heat probably over time. So you gradually get heat over time,
Welcome home, Captain.
which is not as great in this game actually. I think madness is amazing. Madness, having the madness thing was nice to separate the two. Obviously madness is in place of things like the ultra, I forgot what it's called, like the extreme like the Kiwami meter. Basically the Kiwami meter was separate from the heat meter most of the time, so the madness meter just replaced it. All right.
Take me away.
It's a bittersweet moment, you know. I think we at least touched on every activity. Notice any of the potential differences and whatnot, so I have stuff to wrap up. It feels like a small adventure, but it's bigger than any, like, in my opinion, on average, these games are bigger than the average game. But at the same time, you can't help but feel it is less than the average, like a dragon game, right? A very lean adventure, and my madness and heat is filled. Okay, so is it is the Amon pirates a one deal? Wait, is it not listed here? Oh, it's not. The heck? Oh, here it is. It's down here. Yeah, it's just one. Oh, you only fight them alone? Oh, okay. So yeah, this is gonna be... It's not even multiple. So let's see how strong the battle is. And it has no requirements. There he is. The faces. So it's just 1v1, no requirements. Okay.
Time to spill some blood.
Beat Seekers. Dang. That is heckin' powerful. I'm trying to help this guy up, and it's interacting with the wrong thing. Oh, I almost crippled it. Oh, I waited too long. I froze it in time. What the heck, dude? That is so cheap. Can't let this keep going. Okay. Just keep playing keep away the whole time. Dang it. I thought I got him. Dang, I thought I really got him, so I was just gonna take it to the face. Okay. Alright, I'm on.
Right, let's do this.
Do they have like crazy missiles and stuff? all crew member. Oh my goodness. That's fine. They're chumps. I wish they stop stun locking me. Okay. Falling down a storm cloud? Yeah. They're okay. They're chumps. Oh, that actually hurts quite a lot. Ayo, I'm on. Nah, perfect counter. Well, that was a little bit underwhelming, but you kind of saw it coming because there's so many things in place that it would be very difficult. Obviously, you can turn up the difficulty for them to have more health and stuff. The ship part is difficult. Congratulations! Unbelievable! I still can't believe you really managed to beat the Amon pirates. Hehe, now we can finally call ourselves the strongest? Yeah? Oh, is there a 1v1 duel? Not so fast. You're the Amon pirate captain, ain't ya? Tayo Amon. Okay, they gave him... Yeah, so Tayo was the lead. I'm most impressed that your crew managed to defeat mine. So Tayo is a unique. Right, we had Joel. We had 4 other Amons. 5 other Amons. But Tayo is none of them. But while I may have lost as a pirate, I haven't lost as a man. And what are you trying to say? I'll be blunt. I want to fight. I want you to fight me one-on-one. Okay, there we go. We members of the Amon clan pride ourselves on being peerless assassins. This pirate thing was just a lark. Interesting. Losing a ship battle hardly means you're a better fighter than me. If you really want to call yourself the strongest, challenge me in what I do best. What do you say, Captain Majima? The reasoning seems kind of moronic to me, but if somebody wants a fight, I ain't one to disappoint. Alright, let's do it. I was confident you'd say that. Be waiting. Alright. Alright, this is where I think could be a little bit of a wash. A one-on-one battle between Captain Tayo Amon, leader of the Amon pirates, and Captain Majima. This will be one for the ages. I'll prepare a proper stage for your climactic showdown. When you're ready, let me know. Oh. Alright. This is what I'm kind of scared of, actually. But we do have a lot of healing items. We could make a lot of healing items, too. If it becomes a thing like that. Alright. Is it? There it is. Okay. Ultimate showdown. Alright. Oh, my shoulder button's working. Wow, that was fast. Wow. So he's my... Oh my gosh, that is so hard to interact with. Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't know if I should be running from that. Or they're considered bullets, and I could use... If they're bullets, so I could use like a guard? Oh no, wait, I already have those. Okay, I clearly can't block those. I was gonna try to guard those. Maybe I run those? Yeah, so this is a gimmick now. Like, we have to understand the gimmicks. That comes out so soon. I'm trying to perfect counter him. I don't know if you can. Oh, you can. I need to see this. So, I don't have like a regular. My right shoulder button's not working. I keep hitting the wrong button. Oh, I can block that. That doesn't work. That definitely does not work. What the heck? So you can still be hit while you're executing that? That's not cool. That is definitely not cool. Yeah. I can get kicked out of that. Oh my gosh, that is so cheap. He can just tap you out of it. That's a load of BS. Yeah, wow. He can just kick you out of that. Alright, well, I have no remorse. No remorse for this. You can hop off of a... even on a quick step, he is cheating out of his mind with his hitbox. Man, that was so annoying that he kept kicking you out. But okay, it's under. There weren't more phases. That's a little disappointing. This is a little down-tuned, but you kind of get what you're needing to do. But hitting the shadows would be very, very difficult. How would you go about it? I think the most reliable thing is you hit your perfect guards, but I tried to hit a couple perfect guards in Sea Dog, but apparently you can still be hit while you're perfect countering. Like I basically like lost 40% of my HP when you wait for the animation for the perfect guard. So I don't know, maybe you run around as far as possible and then try to cast something. The shadows are really annoying. And it looked like he more or less had your skill set except for one gimmick, which it was okay. Most impressive, Captain Majima. You vanquished both my crew and now myself. And are you gonna still be alive? What about your brothers? Truly, the world is a bigger place than I thought. Is there a hint for Kiryu? You're no slouch. Pretty darn tough clan you got there. Huh. Indeed, but as long as there are any who rival us, we'll never be content. This doesn't end here. I'm waiting for the day that Amon becomes like a thing of its own. Someday we'll fight again, and I will win. Prepare yourself for that inevitable defeat. For now, relish the honor you've earned today. I only hope you live up to it. Farewell, Captain Majima. Well, technically, if they fail, they kind of like get, you know. And a weird feeling I fought him in the past, but my memory's too fuzzy to remember right. Yeah, have fought in the past. Way past. Still, they're pretty terrifying. After this, I won't forget them ever again. I don't know about that. Congratulations, Captain Majima. Give me the War God Talisman. Here's a gift for becoming the true strongest pirate. Please take it. Champion, while your heat will gradually increase. Yeah. There it is. Champion's ring. While the Goro pirates have conquered the Colosseum, we still welcome you to participate at any time. Feel free to engage. Yeah. You ain't getting stronger. Gotta push even harder now. Oh, there it is. We got our last two achievements. Yep. Well, dang. You hate to see the end. What was our percentage? This isn't like 100 in-game percentage. We did all our sub stories, right? We did our main stories. Did all the devil flags. Scouting? I guess these are all the I don't think. Oh yeah, we did 41 out of 41 scouting, right? We did all our drink links. Did all the bounties. Collected all the treasures. S'd all the Colosseum stuff. Did every single map. So that leaves challenges, right? And challenges, actually, we're really close to finishing off the challenges too. Holy heck. Should we go for it? Oh no, but this involves doing just playing the different games. It's okay. The Master System thing. Let's see if we have all the usual suspects. Oh, there is one extra one. Yeah, you basically have to start and stop them. Right, start and stop them. What is this? Diesel Town? Wait. Hold up. Oh yeah, spiked out. Yeah, spike out. SEGA Racing Classic. Ooh. And then everything else was fine. Right? Oichukabu, Oichokabu, Koi, Chogi, Mahjong, Pool, darts to finish. Yep. Pirate crew. What else? We barter with civilian. Oh, interesting. Shop, yeah. Right, Trawlnet stuff. Is there any mechanic we haven't done? Talk to the crew and oh yeah, give them gifts. Go parties. Hold feast. Obtain all the parts. Showdowns. Hit enemy with rockets. Win the rest of the match. We've accomplished all the battle related things. Adventure stuff. Essence. Become buddies with 50. Yep, we touched upon every aspect of the, wait, what is this? Paper trail. Oh, magazine stands. And then toilet. Items from sand pile. Catching bugs. Servings. With your hook. Oh, go to fishing spots to catch with hook. Oh, and then all the food. So you have to eat all the food in every single spot. Yeah, at least once. Yeah, those requirements have been lifted in these games. They're no longer like, they're mainly for completionists. What I mean by completionists is they're mainly for compulsory completions. Or not compulsory, but optional completionism. Yeah. All right. Well, we need to celebrate. So there's obviously only one way to truly celebrate in a game like this. Man, Casca's yeah, Casca's thing is so, the tattoo on Casca's back is so cool looking. All right. There's obviously only one way to celebrate. We're gonna do a few of these.
All right, who's the lucky winner today?
Okay. We'll do all of these. We'll do all of these. My A button did not register. That's a little bit concerning. That's why it missed. It didn't register. Hold.
All right, who's the lucky winner today?
Okay.
Get the wax out of your ears and listen up. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. That's it, Kyodai. Now it's showtime. Once more the party begins. So Come along and join the battle cry. We must go fight. Blades at the ready, proud and fearless. Sharp and steel, we cut through the silence. Call out our name, yo. We are the Goro Pirates, send you to the deepest depths of hell. This is the moment, showtime. Our hearts beat to the sounds of our cannons. Sea dogs, to me, thunder like there's no tomorrow. Set sail, prevail. Let all who oppose us drown in their sorrows. You wanna fight, you know our name. We are the Goro Pirates. Yo, whoa. Yo, whoa. Yo, whoa. Yo, whoa.
Such a good theme. Such a great theme.
That was awesome, Captain!
Okay. Only one way to celebrate in this game. Not really. There are plenty of ways to celebrate, obviously.
All right, who's the lucky winner today?
All right. Classic writers like lyrics and composer.
Heave ho, off I go on a ship to waters unknown. Do you see
That's
this?
it,
My
Captain.
dream adventures coming true. For as long as I remember, it's all I've longed to do. Sea around me, blue sky above me, who's all that I've ever been. Just the same old thing, same routine, over and over again. I could hear destiny calling to me. Where could I go? Who could I turn to? How could I break free?
I was just trying to do what's best for you, Noah. That's right, trying to see it from his point of view. Fingers away, winning our sails, we'll go anywhere. You got the captain on your side, so come with me. Who knows what dangers may be lurking on the way. But the sea is big, the world is ours, and that is how it ought to be. Look around you, kid. Waters unknown as far as the eye can see.
Waters unknown?
Damn right!
To waters unknown!
Heave-ho, off we go, on our ship to waters unknown. Welcome aboard, there's no stopping us now that we're chasing after our dreams. Take the helm and take heart, take your fill and take care. We'll be rich as we can be, just as long as we believe, and we'll always believe. Heave-ho, off we go, on our ship to waters unknown. Out on the sea, we can be anything, anyone, any way we wanna be. To the brighter days ahead, to the me I've yet to meet. Heave away, heave away, heave away. Goromaru full speed ahead. Heave away.
Oh, whoops.
Yar!
Dang it. One of my buttons lifted in the middle of a hold.
Boss, that was truly lovely.
One of my I think it was a X. All right. Do do do
All
do
right,
do.
who's the lucky winner today?
A different composer.
Everyone's favorite idol is back, baby. My true love, love, love. My true love, love, love. You're my only love.
Yeah, keep going.
In life, you get just one chance to ask your love for their hand. And though I'm such a fool and lazy too, I don't dare let myself screw this up. On a bright sunny summer beach with tons of delicious food, I've done all that I can So now's the time for me to ask you to be mine. From now until the end of our days, I want to be by your side. The other people out there could never ever compare to you. You know we're meant to be, 'cause you are my soulmate. My true love, 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 the one and only princess, loved with all my heart. I'm bound to you just like a plant is to the sun. I'd be left out to die without a trace of your sunlight. So please stay with me, I need you right by my side. My beautiful princess, loved with all my heart. I wanna feel the warmth of your smiles, radiant rays, 36.5 degrees. But how brilliant you seem, shining down on me. You are the light of my life. My true love, love, love. My true love, love, love. You're my only love.
I mistimed a few. A little bit late to a few. Nice addition to the collection.
That was fine work.
Nice addition to the vast swath. The jukebox has so many tracks. So many tracks. Not the karaoke's type, but jukebox.
All right, who's the lucky winner today?
Okay. And one way to celebrate.
Let's get this party started. Here we go again. I can get into this. Midnight desire. Midnight desire. Midnight desire. Midnight desire. Must get through this long night. Must get through this long night. Can't breathe, I can't escape from inside of my goddamn head. Self-hatred scream. Must get through this long night. Must get through this long night. Foolishly, I tried to find a way out of this labyrinth of burning dread. It's making me fucking sick. Endless cycles of blind compulsion have got me in a snare. The clawing hunger, the putrid wanting, the mother of despair. It's a secret desire, drowning in my shame from this infinite need. It's a need that open, ravenous voice within, howling out hungering. It's a I just want a burger, such an ending hunger, this obscene delight. It's a I'm going to regret this. One drop of liquor, I'm halfway to midnight.
Whoops. Dang it. My A stopped registering. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, when I had to rapid tap A, one of the A's dropped out.
That was fine work.
Okay. That's a furious one. Very furious one. Matt Mercer going hard. Really committing to the bit.
That's the one.
And then the copywritten one.
Everyone's favorite idol is back, baby. Oh, my princess, I love you. You know that it's true, and I know you love me.
Oops. Hold up. I just realized that he's like one octave higher, and it kind of took me by surprise. He has a really different tone when he's singing in his head voice. In Zenta, of course.
Get the wax out of your ears and listen up. princess, I love you. You know that it's true, and I know you love me. It's easy to see, so slip away with me, my dear, and I'll be your charming tonight. At the ball we step and go, we glide to and fro, and when the clock strikes 12, we won't even know, because our love is like a magic spell. It's never wearing off.
Everybody!
Come, let me take your hand, my darling princess fair. You're so sweet and innocent. Might eat poison apples on accident. That's just one thing I love about you. Your heart so good and true. Round and round the earth goes. Watch the morning sun rise. I treasure the simple things. They help me realize that your love's my greatest prize. Oh, my princess, I love you. You know that it's true, and I know you love me. It's easy to see, so slip away with me, my dear, and I'll be your charming tonight. At the ball we
Dang it.
step and go, we glide to and fro, and when the clock strikes 12, we won't even know, because your love's the key to our magic. My 24-hour Cinderella. Hey, hey, hey!
I keep lifting my Y every once in a while. And now that is copywritten. It's the one track that is very much copywritten. Okay.
That's the one.
Some of these are a little unhinged. The last two new ones are very, very unhinged. This one has like talk singing in it.
Let's say this kind of thing's nice I was every once in a while. With the power to shape the whole wide world to my will. If that happened, I could assemble a harem of beautiful lovers just for me, babe. But if it made you so much as frown, I'd say no. I could live in an old shack out in the sticks.
My A stopped registering. Hang on, we gotta do that. We gotta do that well. Gotta do that at least somewhat decently well.
All right, who's the lucky winner today? This one goes out to you. You know who you are.
I can actually look at the background in this one.
Let's say, just for now, that I was a king. With the power to shape the whole wide world to my will. If that happened, I could assemble a harem of beautiful lovers just for me, babe. But if it made you so much as frown, I'd say no. I could live in an old shack out in the sticks. With a mattress as cold and as damp as a grave. And the only pillow I'd have to rest my head on would be as hard as a tombstone, fittingly. But if I knew it would help you to smile, it's okay. Skin me alive, poke out my eye, and send me to hell. Or I would burn to a crispy fry in the cool breeze. If it kept you from crying, I would do it 10 times, 1,000 times more. If you're happy, then so am I don't mind at all. Let me suffer here, let me be alone, bring it on. If you're smiling, then so am I. Just as long as you're fine. Don't ever cry or say you're sorry. Just keep going. If you're alive, then so am I. I don't mind at all. Don't be sad. No, not you. You're too beautiful. If you're happy, that's all I ever need. I'll thank heaven every morning to have met you. I love you. If you need to let me go now, I'm ready. I love you. I'll be fine and I'll be brave come tomorrow. As long as you're happy and safe. That's all that I need.
Hats off to Yakuza 0, right? And Kiwami 2. And there were scenes from that was the ending from Kiwami 2. The bonus.
Who knew you were so good at this?
Not now, Goro. I don't need that.
All right.
Victory lap!
Winner today. Get the wax out of your ears and listen up. Let's get to the top. Let's get to the top. Captain. Let's get to the top. Insincere, indirect, canceled plans and regret. Every day is the same. It's making me feel crazy here. These excuses are driving me out of my mind. Screw your excuses. Get it together, dumbass. Make a change. Overtime, up all night. Feel the crunch, feel the burn. Kiss your freedom goodbye. Never coming back. If you're counting the days until you retire, dream bigger, you sad sack. There's more to life than pension plans. Who says life should be so stressful? I gotta know. Who made up all the rules? For now I'm breaking out! Push, restart, and try again! It's time to say goodbye to the trauma and the pain. Tomorrow's looking bright. Spread my wings and fly away. I'm soaring through the sky to that sparkling shining gate! I'm just a step away. Come on and run with me, and we can be free. We will reach a new day. Everybody, get to the top!
Oh! Whoops. Let's get out the end. I hit the wrong button. Dang.
That was fine work.
Okay. Excuse me. Alright, alright. Let me take it. Last one.
All right.
Majima Construction.
Majima Construction Anthem! Deep in sleepless Kamuro, on the edge of the western sky,
Oops.
above Fuji, we will look down as we build a bright new day. It's the school where the youth all gather to learn all of life's mysteries. Smiles we got 'em, count the ass. Majima construction. Majima, 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 Majima construction. Take a tip from your boy Goro. Majima, Majima construction. Number one in the base.
That's off of Kiwami 2, and a slight cameo by Kiryu. Right, that's all you can ask for.
Awesome, Captain!
All right, well, that's all she wrote. Wait, go to the jukebox for a sec. I need to get to the jukebox.
Good to see you, Captain.
There is definitely one
Good work out there.
Welcome home, Captain.
song or one background that I really have to highlight, right? Also, we have more songs because digital edition, deluxe edition. Daytona. I'm just sorry. Oh, they have this. Okay. Oh, I really do like Shine, Shine, Shine. I'm looking for the... Oh, I remember this song. I can... Oh. Total War... Oh. I don't know if they have the video. Oh, they don't. So these are only for tracks. But there's no like video game. The soundtrack to this game. Like the different soundtrack. That might be something that I would love to see unless I'm maybe it's in the room. No, I doubt it. Is it in the memory album? No, these are, yeah. Yeah, so that would be something that I would like. I quite like this game soundtrack as well. So not specifically just the songs, but the background music. It was one that I enjoyed. It's the calmer, it's like the happy moments, but they're not extreme moments, or somewhat like sappy moments, but not the sad moments. One. Anyways. Yep. I can't play that track. I'm trying to think of which track I should play in the background, but no, this is good. Good place. We played our stuff. That's all she wrote. That's it. It's until maybe next year. Maybe we'll get lucky next year. All right, we're gonna switch gears a little. Now I'm gonna go and do a bit of summary, like retrospection and whatnot. So give me a sec, and we'll get into that. All right. I thought of a way to summarize things. I think this will be the format, somewhat of the format going forward. Actually, because this is a game legacy now, as opposed to a novelty seeking thing. Okay. So gonna open. Document here. Pardon me. Okay. So we have reached the conclusion. Oh. So we have reached the conclusion of Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, right? In terms of the streaming content. Let's write some stuff. So this is a portion. I like to do this for my own sake and maybe for posterity in the future. We're gonna go and do our segment. It's a segment called Candid Conclusions, right? Candid Conclusions. Right? And Candid Conclusions, we're gonna do this a little differently. These are different every time. Feels, you know, games are a little bit different every time. So I think a proper place to start a Candid Conclusion is to do our bottom line stuff. So bottom line stuff, or by the numbers, right? By the numbers first. These would be maybe like features. These would involve things like mechanics, the content itself, right? Then we move to for legacy gaming. We'll highlight some unique details, you know, unique details. The bottom line is something that's what I would say common to the series. Is more or less under the guise of expectations, right? Expectations from a legacy standpoint. And then unique details are things that are like novelties, changes, perhaps something that are going to be one-offs, maybe one-offs, or identifiably identifiably experimental, right? And then we flip completely to a different to a different script, and we talk about the inevitable review-ish, review/summary, rating, and that often takes from a perspective of the legacy versus the newcomer or newish, right? And then my personal spin. That's what we're gonna do today, right? So let's go and do the by the numbers thing. So bottom line, how was I only did this 10 days ago, actually. Only been 10 days since I did the initial actually I called it the initial introduction, but the opening opinions, right? My opening opinions about the stuff. So bottom line stuff. Bottom line, let's highlight and give the game its due credit. Bottom line things. So one of the bottom lines are mini games, right? Mini games. Some highlights on the mini games. We have what I call the tier 3. So the tier 3, we had poker. As for the card games, right? Cards, poker, and blackjack. For the traditional, so for the Japanese hard-ish games, we had Koikoi, and Oicho Kabu. Right? So those are returning. These are the tier 3s, and then Mahjong. This isn't comprehensive, just things that I remember. Photo rally. I think the tier 3 is also animals. The Goro Kingdom, right? Cool. To name a few. And then we have the T2s. Dragon Cart, Sickos. Oh, Aloha Links. You might not think of them as mini games, but they're mini subsystems, right? Mini subsystems. So back to tier 2, Sickos. Big Bang, batting. I really like this track. Sorry, excuse me. I actually think we're gonna place golf over here. Yep. And then we have tier 1, right? The most experimental, which is ship related combat. So ship, this includes the Coliseum integration. Can't spell Coliseum, close enough. And also crew management. Right. And how I talked about these before are tier 3s are they move forward as is, so very, very minimal things. However, let's switch to color blue. Something unique that was introduced into this game is like Mahjong had some UI elements, right? Some UI elements specifically highlighting Dora, for example, was a UI element. This is more or less the kennel, like a place, a collection was the new thing about Goro's Kingdom. The whole feeding the pets and raising their thing already exist, right? And then there were UI changes to pool as well. Poker and blackjack stayed the same. However, Koi stayed the same, but there was a we're gonna say like a slight reveal order. Reveal order was sped up, right? It's not really sped up, but more like we're gonna streamline. There was a slight streamline I noticed. Possibly. Aloha, Lynx, and Golf stayed unchanged, right? So these are things that are largely unchanged. Tier 3s, right? Tier 3s. Then tier 2. Tier 2, we have Dan, right? Dan, the Mecha Michio's storyline. As well as a destruction derby. Destruction derby modifier. Sickos had the more courses, right? And then Crystal Papillon. Sorry, spoilers. That doesn't really say much of anything. I just remembered crazy. So we have crazy deliveries, right? Crazy eats, crazy deliveries. So unique to this, explosions, right? Barrels, barrel combo. Crazy eats, additional course. At least I think. It might not be, because it's been a hot minute. Those two courses might have existed. The Dragon cart is completely new. Technically, all the courses are new, so all the courses. or they weren't fundamentally changed in any way, right? And sickos as well. Other systems that we have to put in T3 is like bounties. Treasures are an interesting thing. I think we're gonna put that under unique at some point. So treasures in T2's treasures. And rings. They're not necessarily mini games, but bottom line doesn't actually. We should put them somewhere else. We'll talk about that later. Okay. And then ship combat, right? Coliseum, crew management. Coliseum. These are self-explanatory. It's the. So we have the. Right. Max. We have the returning of the crew v crew, then the ship combat. Oh, whoops. So the crew v crew is returning. And then the layout is still the same. Coliseum, right? Coliseum tasks. However, what changed up now is the crew for ship and crew for the way crew is done for CVC, which is there are attributes, right? Attributes and skills that are stacking. Things like support. Equipment, right? Ship equipment. Just the ship system in general. Not sure if that's gonna come back in some way. We'll see. Yeah, that's a pretty good summary. So to me, this is personal spin, right? Pink. Personal, or not pink. No. Personal spin. This is a check, right? The bottom line is reached. That gives you 7 base 10, right? I think they checked, as you expect, centerfold, singular thing that's contributed to many subsystems to one T1 like mini game, and then your T2s, at least 2 or 3 of them, and then you have your T3s, which filters in many different subsystems. Sufficient. And then we're talking about more bottom line. Now we move on to unique stuff. Or not yet, actually. Content. Content related things. Mechanics. So let's quickly cover mechanics as well. Mechanics, right? This would be the core. So combat. Style system, right? Multi-style system. That's become a foundation. same rings, right? Rings. This is cosmetic, right? Cosmetically different. So equipment is very similar. To highlight a few on the system, utility stuff. Right, grappling. Dashes, quick step, perfect guards, counters, responsive. Right, responsive. Two styles. I feel like that's a bottom line. 2 styles. They don't they don't stick to a singular, right? Essences. And juggling. Juggling is okay. Still the really weird juggling thing, but pretty much your symbol. Quick, right? They're quick session battles. Not necessarily drawn out. It's interesting though. This might be a contentious point because boss battles are not as long drawn out as well, so that could be a difference as well. So let's go highlight some combat things in terms of multiple styles. I think what's unique to this one is obviously the sea dog style, and it's very reflective, a little bit similar to the agent style of Gaiden. It's somewhat gadget oriented, right? So Sea Dog, we have instruments, hook, and your cutlasses. And then what's on the other side is Mad Dog, right? Mad Dog. That's where the unique breaks in. Rings technically also somewhat unique, right? Somewhat unique in terms of context or content. That's pretty much it. I'm gonna say plus 21%, plus 20% speed. So it's kind of like overcranked a little compared to previous, so that's kind of unique. It might become a standard, but it feels like a lot of things are overcranked, which makes you feel really fast, and also it makes you feel really goofy when the enemy is faster than you, right? When there's a lot of enemies, your response is like, feels like button mashing. Like you try to finesse it, but overcranked makes it more twitchy than it is finesse. So if I'm thinking about finesse, you would think something like Lost Judgment, where you're clearly being able to premeditate and line up the stuff, but this is twitchy, very, very twitchy. It's not overly complicated, so it leans well into the twitchiness, right? Very twitchy. Also, though, it's simplified appropriately, or streamlined is the word I would probably use. Streamlined to promote twitchiness. So we're not talking about mechanical depths or execution of specific things. It's a tap response. It's very twitchy and satisfying. So lots of mileage from a smaller number of inputs, right? You get lots of value from really strongly focusing on executing a small number of inputs, largely because it's overcranked, right? It doesn't leave a lot of time to work those things out. Actually, the more likely you stand still and think about the things and try to set things up, the more likely you're going to execute them or miss the opportunity to execute them. In fact, the essence windows are so small. The essence windows are really small. That's where I truly felt the overcranked combat, and it's great. I mean, when you pull it off, it feels fantastic. So or you can stick to your bread and butters, and it's incredibly streamlined. So very, very satisfying, incredible. And then this is where the quick session comes in. The uniqueness is this also includes boss battles. So that might be a detraction. The things I'm highlighting in blue are some of the like probably very apparent changes from the bottom line stuff. So the bottom line stuff is things that are carried over, right? Things that you're kind of expecting. You are expecting quick sessions, but the quick sessions also have an expectation of long boss battles as well. Like long boss battles. Sometimes boss battles are like attrition. And I think the closest to the attrition in this case is probably Amon constantly preventing you from acting, right? It's a battle of attrition. However, in this case, they chose to streamline that as well. Lots of brute forcing. Brute forcing is very, very welcomed, right? That kind of thing. So also even further, things like this, completion, right? Completion in general, the threshold is leaning further and further towards casual. There's no I don't think there's any particular point in the playthrough where I sat there and told myself, ooh wee, this is gonna be trouble, right? Although, you know, I didn't do all the pool things. I could have sat there and do the legend pool puzzle thing. Oh yeah, I forgot to add shogi. So there's shogi here too. Yeah, so overall I think mechanically, yeah, checks the box, right? Mechanically checks the box. So you get so that boosts up by one point, right? Mechanically, for a legacy player, right? I am a legacy player for all intents and purposes. So overall, you see subtle changes, but those changes themselves don't dramatically conflict with their bottom line. The bottom line of these games, right? Like the boss thing is probably the most contentious, and then maybe the having more than two styles, but largely that standard has been set now for many things. So generally 2 styles is sufficient. The upgrade system still remains intact. Similar upgrade system. You have your two currencies. This being the pirates, renown pirate points, right? And then your money. Another one up here would be fortune hunting. Yeah. Other unique things, identifiable experimentations, novelties. I think this is quite a different novelty, more than the norm, and we're gonna go into by default, generally speaking, the bottom line for now, we're going to talk about story, right? The bottom line for story is conspiracy, organized crime, and principled heroism. And in this case, we also need to tack on a bottom line is Majima, right? Majima's personality. So that's a check. All these are there. We're not gonna spoil any or like try to minimize the spoiling and whatnot. So there's conspiracy, there's organized crime, and that conspiracy is layered. It's layered conspiracy, right? Layered story, layered elements. So without saying too much, it was incredibly layered. However brief it is, right? One of the bottom lines, the new bottom lines, and we're talking from a point of a spin quote. It's not even, I don't like using the word spin-off for these, because that actually turned out not to be the case. We're gonna say the preservation series. I'm sure I'm going to change the name as this is going, but the preservation series. So the other series, or the combat series. These things. That is the bottom line. The story, because this new standard is 5 chapters. Or a abbreviated, streamline story, right? Is, in my opinion now, is consistent with Like a Dragon Gaiden in every way possible, actually, especially down to how the plot is designed, how the characters are. Very familiar, incredibly familiar. Like if you go back to play Gaiden, for those who are interested in this type of thing, right? The bottom line is met by Like a Dragon Gaiden. Gaiden worked really well. It was a fan favorite, a hit favorite, not a critic's favorite, because again, we're going to go into that whole newcomer versus legacy thing. Novelty ranks higher when it comes to these things, and popular novelty designs versus fan service. So Gaiden is fan service, and so is this. This game is fan service. It's a preservation series, is what I call it. Instead of calling it fan service, I think fan service has a cheapness involved in today's gaming community, when you think of fan service, you think it's a cheap get, right? When a developer decides to throw fan service at you, it's cheap, it's low effort. I disagree with that in some ways when it comes to a legacy game like this, but the word that kind of embodies why I think it's a cheap way to cheapen the significance of these is it's preservation. This is a preservation series. So Majima in Pirate Yakuza and Kiryu in Like a Dragon Gaiden is part of a preservation series. They're attempting to preserve and push back a little in acknowledging the legacy and working on those things while keeping most of their resources towards their future direction, the Trailblazers, which is Kafka's saga with the JRPG stuff, right? So this is the preservation series. I think I'm fairly comfortable saying it this way. So these are abbreviated stories. Now, you might be thinking, at least in my opinion, it's like, well, why do they abbreviate the storylines? They could write a long storyline if they chose. It's not in the spirit of things, in my opinion. I actually think in the long run, the legacy the bottom lines of 5 chapters is what I would call, this is my personal take, called the sweet spot. And yeah, you might be thinking, oh yeah, but we want to move it forward, or we want these characters to have great stories and good characters. Yes, that's kind of something that's unique to this game, that they're experimenting. Like a Dragon, not so much, right? I mean, Gaiden, not as much. But what I feel oftentimes is, you've heard so much about Majima, Kiryu, and stuff. Their world is so detailed, their life and stuff, even tangentially, are detailed to the point where this can be a potential, in my opinion, a potential to combat fatigue. Right? So a really nice, streamlined experience with preservation is a sweet spot. It's not too long. So the thing that I often hear when I think about preservation series is to not overstay your welcome. And much like the rest of this game, right, they represent, outside of the one experimental T1 and those blue, what's in blue, it's a constant preservation through streamline and refinement. It's much less focused on expansion, right? So the preservation series demonstrates, in my opinion, streamlining, right? Streamlining, iterative, like I would say streamlining and safe iteration, and brevity. Brevity would be a great word. And refinement. So while they continue to take risks in the preservation series, it's far less, because it's every other game, and that game naturally uses the asset generated from their main line, so Hawaii, right? So for this one, we would place content. So content would be like location, right? Location is from the associated game. Location, associated game. So in this case, it's Hawaii. And it's a streamlined version of Hawaii. as in Hawaii is still all there, but the activities and all the like the sub stories, right? The sub stories are abbreviated and are associated with the previous game, right? And the beats are associated with the previous game. So we're talking about like Dragon 8, right? So everything is abbreviated, refined, and streamlined, associated with the mainline game, right? What you call it, Like a Dragon Gaiden, that was Lat 7, right? When you do Like a Dragon Gaiden, you go back to Like a Dragon 7, right? So these are the pairs. Before, a while back, before Like a Dragon 7, this already happened in some way. The games come in pairs, sometimes in triples, but they often come in pairs. So it's a refinement of their like on off thing, their double dip. And this is a classic. I think it's a very wonderful way to go about balancing risk and maximizing productivity, and then giving an opportunity to refine, normalize a legacy. People expecting like, oh, this is the refinement series. The preservation series is to preserve and iterate on everything that exists already, and then throw in a bit of, it's more like a, you know, a 20-80 split, but 20 for new and off the wall, and 80% for preservation, refinement. We have all these things, we want to streamline them and iterate on them prior to the next game. And then the next game does a flip, not necessarily 80-20 in that the other direction, but more like 60-40, because we have to keep in mind that in this day and age, the gaming industry, being too risky has a diminished return on publication, right? And it's a reflection of consumers, and consumers tend to want something similar but different, but not too dissimilar in a way that completely uproots their expectations. I think consistently aiming to uproot people's expectations tend to be, from a business perspective, a very, very tough sell. So in this case, that's how I see that they're going about it. So next game, Like a Dragon 9, whatever it's gonna be called. And the following, maybe Saejima, Akiyama, Kiryu might come back. We'll see. So we also have to acknowledge some of the unique things. Again, trying to minimize storytelling. The unique thing, I don't have to really say this, but pirates is a unique thing, right? But it's an offshoot of organized crime, pirates, right? And in terms of stories, new characters, new cast of characters that are probably going to stay. The majority of them are going to be footnotes, possibly Easter eggs, right? So in the preservation series, most of the characters end up being Easter eggs. They're not recurring, largely because they are outside of Casca, right? They're outside of Casca. However, the characters that are the main characters and whatnot can be related to Casca. So Kiryu's activities are tangentially related to Casca. And Majima, it was very loose, but it was there because all the Nele Island and whatnot, they managed to connect. So this was still unique, right? Or I want to say it's the uniqueness is it was connected to Casca, but it is still associated from the stable design that is the associated game, right? much more so, they tried to explain it quite a bit more. So Rodriguez, the odds of seeing Rodriguez again, probably seldomly. Maybe, you know, let's name some of these, right? Noah, Rodriguez, Tucker, Jason, Masaru. Right, the list goes on, right? Naomi. So you get all that, and then, you know, Rip, Raymond, Rip, Michelle. Those are one-offs. Most of these characters are going to be one-offs. It's not dissimilar, honestly. It's not dissimilar from the other Yakuza games. It's brevity. The antagonistic characters tend to come and go, but lots of them actually get preserved too. Right? Because like Shikaki, right? Shikaki. So you have here and there, and Kasuga, you know, the main line, you can argue like Shiwashiro and Ebina, Eiji from Like a Dragon 8. So it's not dissimilar. However, these characters are going to be unique to this series. Each game, as predicted, will have characters unique to that game and no longer largely occur moving forward. It's to build up the legacy of the core cast. Yeah, check, right? Fulfills all of that. So, in my opinion, we're looking at a 9.10 for legacy, which happens to align with my thoughts, right? And this is a natural place to go into some personal hot takes. I think I want to do one extra category, and maybe something like highlights before we go into the rating. So highlights. Some of the highlights that I find very poetic. Majima is a pirate. Eye patch, the way he acts, he kind of feels like a pirate within the Yakuza, right? So I actually think that was definitely a highlight. I like how they worked it in. And I looking forward to maybe in 2 years time, maybe they can create a organized crime version, like a pop culture version of what Saijima is, right? It almost feels like it's a setup for Saijima, really, seeing that Saijima is the next step. Although Akiyama, still holding out for Akiyama as well, largely because Yakuza. So when the highlights are personal highlights are lots of Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5 references, which that brings into the Gang of Four, and Gang of 5. And of these, we have Saijima and Akiyama, right? Well, Akiyama did not show up because technically he didn't really cross paths. Akiyama was featured in Like a Dragon 8, right? And There's still Kiryu, right? Still Kiryu. Another highlight, Casca near the end, Casca cameo. Casca cameo to make it canonical, and then the tease, the heavy tease, but no show of Kiryu, right? The heavy tease. Also Daigo was mentioned indirectly. Daigo did not show up. Some references to Majima and Love, right? Although I think another highlight that is also a unique point is having a kid again. Having a kid, you know what, a kid psychic, right? Haruka is without like, you know, this is Haruka territory for Kiryu, right? But now Majima, they decided in the idea of Noah, so that's a highlight because that doesn't happen very often anymore. Having a kid psychic, and I think Noah was well written. It's a wonderfully well written character. It's so kid roles can often be very divisive. You know, they can. I mean, Haruka alone has already have memes about Haruka, right? The task of Haruka being around is to satisfy her, right? Like, do the memes of, oh, do all these mini games in order to satisfy. But Noah was written well into the story, right? So I would say this is a highlight and borderline unique to the series, and that's awesome. Like, we have a precocious kid, and honestly though, not really honestly, but I think the highlight to me is Haruka is Japanese. Noah is not Japanese. And I kind of like, I'm not sure if this was intentional or not, or maybe coincidental because of the characterization of different cultures, but rarely it felt really great that Noah did not behave like a Japanese kid. Like, I know this sounds a little stereotyping a little bit, but Haruka represented a lot of the things that made Haruka Japanese, right? Up to Yakuza 5, she wanted to become an idol, right? And she's also a girl, right? Noah is a boy, and also he is raised under a different context, and oftentimes boys are more precocious, and even despite the gender differences between Haruka and Noah, the way the boy behaved really represented something that resonated with a Western audience. One Piece, right? You have adventurous, precocious, risk-taking, almost defiantly rebellious against higher order and hierarchy, right? He talks back. He argues with his father, like Jason and whatnot, and he is reckless. I mean, in a kid, like, the way they wrote it was very tasteful. The kid is not someone that becomes a more or less a distressed character, right? Like, oh, there goes Noah. He's up to no good again. You know, kids, at least for a Western take, a Western style, regardless of if it's because it's pirates, and pirates tend to be a lot more westernized because of how much its media is represented in the Western cultures as opposed to the Eastern cultures. Like Asian pirates are. There are a few very popular franchises that took on Asian pirates, and they're kind of very different. In this case, Noah, Jason, and all of them are written in a westernized way. And Noah could have very easily, in my opinion, become the archetypical, this kid is always getting into trouble, this kid always runs off, and you're always responsible for. So it becomes a point of negativity. Like, oh, wait, why can't this kid stop whining? But they took it upon themselves to write a character that kind of has the little like semblance of older maturity that is very well reflective of Japanese culture, and I kind of infuse it a little bit into Noah, right? Like, he's 10 years old. I think that my funny highlight, the running joke, is that he's 10 years old, right? That speaks volumes. I know that other people might take this in a different way, largely because of the cultural background, but for me, it hits different. As growing, I'm a product of multiculturalism, East meets West kind of thing, and 10 years old, having those types of thoughts while wrangling with that type of environment, I find lots of people may argue there's no way, right? If you're watching this, it's like, maybe if the kid was like 14 or 15, I don't find that hard to believe. But the thing about why Noah's a highlight is because this might sound a little bit reductive, but it definitely Noah is a character that I think a Japanese crew would write for a Western audience. Right? Because when you start thinking about how kids are portrayed from a Western culture, like games that are written by a Westernized culture, especially American culture, boys at the age of 10 are in games are almost used as a plot device for distress and trouble. In this case, Noah was like the brimming sunshine of Monkey D. Luffy, right? Majima has that quality of Monkey D. Luffy, but Noah did. What happens if you slam Majima and Noah together, you have Monkey D. Luffy. Because Monkey D. Luffy was capable. He was also able, through his naivety, but his bright shining hopefulness and adventure, he's capable of doing all that. Noah's not. Noah shares it with Majima because Majima is capable. So they really ended up capturing that magic, in my opinion, which it's a bittersweet moment because this game is a preservation series, so it's shorter. I would have loved to see more of Noah and Majima adventures together. It really does. By coincidence, by the way, I'm watching One Piece right now. By coincidence, it captures the magic. I think if there's anything worth highlighting, is definitely that you have Noah is a great kid character. I think people, at least people who are interested in stories in action games, right? Action oriented games, be it third person shooter or something, when they think about kids, they can probably count on the number of on their fingers, count on their hands how many kid characters that they actually enjoy watching, or enjoy. For example, one would be Last of Us, The Walking Dead, maybe because there was a kid in that one. Not like Borderlands is a stretch because of Tiny Tina. Like, there are very few kid characters, and I think they did incredibly well with Noah, and I hope that they continue to do that. I do miss having kids like involved in the process. There's always kids tangentially, right, outside of Haruka, right? Like a Dragon 9, right? For Like a Dragon 9, I keep saying 9. Kiryu has 9 kids. And they're all not really like kids anymore. They're not like this young kids, but younger people mixed with older people makes for great opportunities to keep the series alive with their deep cuts. I think this game, obviously the other highlight is deep cuts everywhere, right? There are deep cuts everywhere. I can't read a sub-story out loud without having many thoughts about the ramifications of what they're talking about. And it's super streamlined, right? What was it? 31 sub-stories. And I kind of misspoke yesterday about how many sub-stories were in Like a Dragon 8. There were technically 53 sub-stories, but I was also talking about sub-stories, like stories that are not MSQ. So this number goes up, right? Because we also have to include all the banter in the drink links, which are highlights. They're default highlights. And this in Lat 8, these are called bond links, right? Bond links. And they have more characters. There are twice the number of characters for bond links. However, they kind of did the drink links thing half and half. It's streamlined once again. You have characters that are mainline drink links, and then you have like Saijima, Nishida, and Minami. Oh yeah, and speaking of those, when it comes to Yakuza 4 and 5, we have Minami, right? Minami and Nishida, right? Out of all the characters, nice. And highlight combat. I can't even. I don't. You think at this point, playing all these games, you're like, oh, you can't tweak it while streamlining it and making it feel the same. I think combat is easily one of the most satisfying up to this point. For me, largely because it's a great balance. It exercises discipline and overstaying, right? Or like discipline to not overstay, and also capturing the essence of the combat. I think I kind of just said the same thing in 3 different ways. So what I mean is they've captured enough of the combat in a specific amount of time in which it feels great and it services the game without over representing the combat. Sometimes when you over represent a combat, it feels like all of the other design points are meant to complement the combat, which it kind of doesn't overshadow a lot of things. And I actually think that is the quintessential experience with Like a Dragon games. There's not quite a very strong overshadowing of anything because it comes together. It feels like it comes together, despite it being literal disjointed things. When was the last time I said this? Dave the Diver. Dave the Diver is a fantastic example that does not go beyond this scope. And in fact, they streamlined the storytelling so much that the streamline of the storytelling is basically the drink links, right? It's an even smaller production, so they don't have a mainline writing or voice acting. However, if you take the drink links, the idea behind the drink links and the sub-stories, you have Dave the Diver's execution, right? And my fingers are crossed. This game is a preservation series, so it doesn't have the telltale signs of design that will be in Like a Dragon 9. I expect, in my opinion, moving forward when it comes to the next game, right, is an integration of all the subsystems into the theme. So when a job exists, it also exists in the environment, in the story, in the mythos. So I can only imagine the future, which this is going beyond the scope of this game, sort of. But the next game in the series will likely be Like a Dragon 9, and some of the things, maybe that's where we should add maybe future game related things. Future game related things. I should have included this in like the Like a Dragon 8, but let's include some stuff for Like a Dragon 9 and Like a Dragon. I'm gonna unceremoniously call it Gaiden 3. Whatever the title of Gaiden 3 is. Gaiden just means other story. So like it's the other story, right? The other series. So we're gonna call it Gaiden 3. Eventually they'll give it an outrageous title, maybe like Yakuza Master, like Yakuza Kung Fu Master in Singapore. I don't know where the location is going to be, but and then it's going to feature Saejima or something, or Yakuza businessman in wherever Akiyama ended up being, right? It could be somewhere in Japan, like Hokkaido or something like that. But Gaiden 3, right? And I kind of missed the boat on the Like a Dragon 9 things, but my thought is that in terms of the Gaiden stuff, another character, right? Another character that was a branching point at Yakuza 4 and 5. And personally, obviously my Japanese is incredibly limited. I did watch some interviews with oh no, I always confuse one syllable in his name, but what was, hold on, I want to make sure I get the name right. Yokoyama, right? Yokoyama and now like Furuta is a staple as well. Pretty sure that guy did the Judgment stuff too. Yeah, Furuta did the Judgment series stuff. So they are the principal writers of this game, right? But what I can say about Yakuza 4 and 5, clearly, if I had to guess, these are like the black sheeps, like especially 3, but 4 and 5 are kind of the black sheeps too. And I think Yokohama, I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. I keep getting the one syllable. Yeah, Yokoyama. So Yoko and Yama. I'll have to remember that. So Yokoyama, I personally remember reading some interviews about 5, right? About 5. And for me, I think that's where they're going. He is now Yokoyama is now the helm, right? So this guy is the big cheese. He's the exec, right? The exec director. So it'd be interesting if they pull a Yakuza 5, but in a Gaiden situation. So we have, I think, the two existing characters now that has a possibility again is Saejima and Akiyama, right? The other guys not so much, which are the cop, right? The cop and the baseball player. I totally forgot their names, man. And Sanada and Tanimura, yeah, Tanimura and Sanada, right? Yeah. Shinada. Shinada. Shinada and Tanimura were the other characters. Shinada. But these guys still have a chance. So it would be fun to see a spin-off of their moonlight of something like a mafioso, or I think Akiyama being a businessman in a tourist city like Singapore sounds ripe, very ripe. Heck, if they somehow manage to negotiate something about Tanimura in Hong Kong, that's cop drama central. That's cop drama central. Baseball, I'd totally be down for baseball. And then this was like dojo related things, right? Or wrestling. Oh my goodness. Wrestling. Saejima and wrestling? Dang. A wrestler? This is cheap, low-hanging fruit, but businessman, right? Or tycoon. We have baseball. And then we have cop drama, right? So cool. And continue to iron out. So these are attached, right? So what would be streamlined from Like a Dragon 9? I think Like a Dragon 9, since 8, I forgot to talk about it in this way. Like, what did 8 do differently that 7, right? Comparing 7 to 8 in terms of the iterative design kind of thing. The job system is being expanded constantly, right? Expanded. Like subsystems in the job, subsystems are being expanded when it comes to like the JRPG elements. However, they haven't made it into the story yet, right? There's no contextualizing at the moment outside their default classes, context for that. And what I mean by that is both from a mechanical standpoint and a story. Oftentimes JRPGs have jobs that are relevant to the actions and story. So like, for example, your job, if your character happens to have these jobs, this is how this scene plays out. If you happen to have these jobs, you can interact with an environment in this way. That was kind of done slightly every once in a while. Like in Like a Dragon 7, there was like the breaking down the wall thing, the foreman, I think, the foreman. But since then, that was kind of like reeled back. I'm kind of curious if they're going to do this. The reason why I think about this in terms of the dialogue with Pirate Yakuza is many of the things, the subsystems that were new and interesting and a risk that they took in this game is related to the story. It's related to the content, right? In the mainline series, it's so big oftentimes the characters take on the life of their own that's beyond the dressing of the core mechanics, right? Casca is still just Casca. He is a character that does it all, irrelevant of what he perceives himself as, right? Chitose, Tomizawa, right? Tomizawa, the newcomers, they're blank sheets with jobs, not jobs that define them in the context. So it would be interesting to see in the future how they go about doing that. I think what shines and could be a lesson in writing and like sentimentalism is this game's ability to make it about pirates and then doing things that's pirate oriented while still having your bottom line stuff like your mini games and whatnot, but the centerpiece is very much piratey. However, in the preservation series, it makes up like 20% of the experience, right? It makes up a lesser group, so it might not be as centerpiece. But Like a Dragon 9 can do it differently. I think the one side of things that I hold off on future games is pretty much that. The integration of jobs into a story format. There are other TLCs when it comes to the JRPG functionality, right? I think Atlas, right? Atlas and the P Studios and Studio Zero are well within reach of the Ryuga Gotoku Studios peeps to create like a balance of a satisfying JRPG interactions, because weaknesses are there, right? Weaknesses, counterplays. One secret, like one thing that I would really love outside of the job expanding into storytelling, like having fewer jobs in order to make the jobs more storytelling oriented is a personal vision for that I look forward to. If it happens or not, it doesn't need to happen. That's an idea. The other thing is that's absent from this game is new game plus incentives, like new game plus things. They're JRPGs. There's something really, really iconic about JRPGs of the days of old, and that is that NG pluses are different. Or having alternative how you say, they used to be alternative endings, but I wouldn't call them alternative, and I wouldn't do necessarily that in this game series, but more like alternative, like I'm gonna say it would be interesting if there was some sort of like additional closure. Now there's already plenty of additional closure, like the drink links and the bond links. They have alternative storylines that close up, right? But I feel like they're in terms of New Game Plus, one of the staples of New Game Plus is that they're different, right? And it's actually a staple of Japanese, like some of the Japanese developers in general, like some of the hype ones, where the experience for NG Plus is different. Now, how do they go about doing that? That's probably up to them. You can think of many examples. FromSoft has great examples of NG Plus. However, when I think of additional closures, I also think about things like what Squaresoft used to do, Chrono Trigger, that kind of thing. And I think the people at RGG is well equipped to have some like fun with how NG Plus works. Now I don't know if it's gonna make it in the current state. NG Plus serves as a completionist tool, right? It's a completionist tool, and that's about it. I think it ends there. This stuff is like hidden gems, right? New Game Plus differences, having random Easter eggs everywhere, right? Easter eggs as in the form of additional closure, like, oh hey, now that you finish this NG Plus, this scene plays out slightly different, and or something like that. Easter eggs everywhere is plus in my opinion. Maybe diminished return. I totally agree that it's diminished return, because nowadays people beat a game and they're like, yeah, you know, I don't want to play it again, that kind of thing, especially in the context of a story heavy game in which the microsystems, the subsystems are largely mechanic, right? So the story gets brushed aside after it has concluded. It would be interesting, in my opinion, to not only do a job system, like this is me brainstorming, like a Dragon 9, their job system and the storytelling becomes dependent on the job system. So your playthrough may vary since then, maybe cosmetically or Easter eggly. I think people at RGG know how to write their scenes around, because like for example the dating scene with Masaru, even if it was live action, they wrote around it, so you still have the flavor of getting to it very differently, but the outcome is abstractly the same. In terms of story, different jobs can lead to different playthroughs in terms of the feel of the story, which also promotes and tackles the NG Plus experience mechanically and flavor wise. So I think this idea is one in the same but a related thing. Having job systems that are related to context mechanics offer different ways to approach a dungeon, for example. It's kind of one of those like choose your own adventure things. Oh, you happen to be a samurai in this particular point of the game, you go this way. If you happen to be a ninja in by this point of the game, you happen to go this way, right? And it creates that thing where, okay, well, in New Game Plus, I'm most definitely going this way this time, and ultimately provides that incentive of you to use the jobs. In the current state of the JRPG of Like a Dragon, and this might go against some of the philosophy of their design, which is choice is yours. You succeed in so many different ways. Like you don't have to play all the mini game. Like the barrier has dropped quite substantially. You don't have to complete all the mini games to complete all the mini games. They want you to play the games, like use the games, and then have a threshold that's very, very approachable, so that it's very casual forward. And I think Like a Dragon 9 Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth and Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza continues that trend, where ultimately the game is fantastically fun, and it's fantastically fun without a requirement of being challenging. And that's why I like this game, right? So let's go to our last page and wrap this up for today, right? For this game series, until we'll revisit this game series in Chinese and Japanese. I think the runtime is like 10 hours, so we're gonna do the Chinese and Japanese MSQ run through. No incentives for NG Plus this time and whatnot. Run it back next year, hopefully next year, sometime next year, or the year after, for Like a Dragon 9, whatever the title is, right? So just to summarize the rating, right? Now we go to the moment people ask all the time: favorites and rating. and we have the legacy and the newish comers, right? Newish comers or interesting parties. Maybe this you want to see if you want to pick this game up or start the Like a Dragon series, or you started recently with Casca and Co, right? So legacy, and we've already went over, right? Plus for combat, plus for combat, plus for bottom line, our bottom line stuff. I actually would give a plus to story brevity. Now, I think it's a minus for story context, largely because I think it's very gamery. And what I mean by gamery is, to legacy players, it might not be serious enough. So what I mean is it can possibly have become too silly. However, for me, I'll talk about that later when I reveal what my thoughts on that, but I think I can kind of see that. And there are some like lack of depth, possibly lack of depth. So combat depth is a great thing. Lack of challenge. Epic boss fights is lacking, right? Probably melodrama is lacking, and that, I would say, really is felt with villains. So melodrama in terms of villains, like what was there was really incredible. I like Michelle's character. Like the entry in Michelle was so good. It was so villainous and posh and devious that it felt like having them not there for most of the game was tough. Like, they made such a great entrance. Michelle made such a strong entrance that the absence of that character is felt, right? Oftentimes the melodrama, the villains are incredible, right? So that might be a legacy bump on the story. Villains, quote unquote villains, are really powerful in not from like a mechanical standpoint, but like sentimentally. Each of the villains, this is their one game. Their one game has very strong depth. Gaiden felt very similar in that way. However, there was more screen time for those characters. Possibly not the main guy. The one in the Kijin, the leader of the Kijin. I think it was the Kijin clan. Not as much, but when they are on the screen, they are melodramatic. They are bombastic, right? Now, a bit of it could be due to the nature that Majima was one of them, right? So it's contrasting to Majima, maybe a little too much. But Raymond, when Raymond finally came into the picture, I really loved his monologue, like especially in the last scene, right, where you're in the room filled with the queens. We're up here, this building here, and he was monologuing. It's very powerful. Oh, and I do have to make a side note because of the language thing. We played the English version, right? And I can only imagine what it sounds like in Chinese and in Mandarin and in Japanese. Largely because monologuing is very, very powerful in those languages as well. But the English one was fantastic. One thing that gives the English an advantage, like a nice immersion point, are that these characters are English speakers. Or they are portrayed as English speakers. Right? So there might be some immersion points or acceptability outside of your characters, like Majima, right? The main criticism is probably like a legacy player would find a criticism is that Matt Mercer, or like Matt Mercer's Majima, for example. That can be a legacy criticism, largely because you know, the plus 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 here for legacy plus 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 is voice acting. And specifically the Japanese Majima, right? Right, it's still there. But knowing this exists can be like a thing. For me, I think it nailed it largely because the topic of pirates is less Japanese Majima and actually more Matt Mercer's territory. Although Matt Mercer did a wonderful job, you know, in my opinion, mind you. But the other characters, Noah, is that have no legacy, right? So the other characters, plus plus plus, in my opinion, for the other characters, when it comes to, well, this is not a plus for the ones that like Japanese because they come out with Japanese. So we won't place that there for now because this doesn't represent personally my counter arguments. But Japanese Majima probably nailed it. I can hear his voice while Matt Mercer is also doing his take. Actually, Matt Mercer has done really well to almost have me fill in the Japanese, like what it would appear like in my head, right? I don't know what the Chinese Majima sounds like. He had the one that was employed for Like a Dragon 8 only had like 5 lines in the one scene, right? And it might not be the same person because they were only hired for one. They used a scouting agency, so I'm not sure if they continue to use the same scouting agency. There's lots of hoops that you have to jump through in order to create an international, like a separate cast. The Japanese casts are the most consistent because these are Japanese publishers and Japanese developers, right? Like, for example, who is Michelle's model? The long time standing standard for voice acting in this game is that the likeness of the character is modeled after the speaker, right? The person who's voice acting. Well, Michelle is clearly not Japanese. Raymond Law is clearly, well, maybe a little murkier in terms of he might be an islander, right? Noah is clearly not Japanese. Jason, right? Masaru, we know who Masaru is modeled after. He's Japanese. So the character itself might not necessarily be Japanese, right? So like that kind of thing, in my opinion, that's why I actually think there's a bonus point for that. Raymond sounded so much like a monarch, like a Western monarch pirate king. And Michelle sounded like an aristocrat, like just your really devious, you know, pompous aristocrat. And it felt melodramatic because the lack of epic boss fights and then the lack of melodrama and it leaves you wanting more. Like Michelle basically got unceremoniously killed, which that was kind of expected. I was doing a coin flip in the game. Sorry, spoilers. Well, actually, not really spoilers because villains don't stay. It was a coin flip. Who was gonna axe who? You know, Michelle or Raymond? Someone is gonna get unceremoniously removed due to intrigue, which is poetic in its own rights, right? That act, the way they went out, that's fantastic. But it's the in between. Like it's a missed opportunity. However, I don't necessarily think it was an unintended missed opportunity. It budgets, right? Budget concerns, meeting deadlines, being able to make this into like a 15 chapter game with like 5 chapters dedicated to Michelle's background and 5 chapters dedicated to Raymond's background and constant interact. That is the level of a Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, right? Eiji, Tomizawa, Chitose, Bryce Fairchild, right? Dwight, all of them, Eiji, all of them had like separate chapters, like entire chapters dedicated to them. And the runtime of an entire chapter is like 2 chapters in this game. And this game has 5 chapters. So yeah, that could be a downer for legacy players, largely because the moment you think about Like a Dragon games, the vast majority of the Like a Dragon games are not these games. So for better for worse, right now, to normalize this is still in its infancy. I think this game is going to get lower score for the time being because it's not normal. Like, it's not normalized to rationalize, this is my expectation. This game sports a discounted price, which is a band-aid for me. I would pay $150 for if it was possible. Like that's kind of the thing. It's not possible. So we have to be a little bit fair to the developer and the publisher. And to me, this is stating the reality. It's going to leave you wanting more. So these are the topics. And when it comes to newcomers, the nice thing is, I think the like the plus off the charts is its variety. Not overstaying welcome, not overstaying works to the preservation series so well, right? You get just enough of everything. Now, one thing that could hurt newcomers is those who want to form attachments. So it could be a minus for no attachments. So newcomers sometimes, I think for a lot of times, they want to sink their teeth into something. So while they don't want to overstay the welcome, they want to form an attachment. It's like, oh yeah, should I invest in the next game or something? But then again, this is more of a plus-minus situation. I guess I'm just gonna say a plus-minus situation. So this is a midpoint, right? Very mid, where there's not enough to want to play others. And it's a standalone, which makes it okay too, because it's a standalone. I think this game is far more standalone than Kiryu's one. However, it's standalone-ish. So what I mean is the vast majority of the characters are new, the math content, right? So like Noah and Gang. And Gang represents the majority. They don't need anything behind. I mean, what's a plus? A plus is Majima has amnesia, which in my opinion is a very, very clever way to offset the idea of Majima speaking English and speaking as opposed to Japanese. But that's besides the point. There was actually a gag in the first 10 minutes about speaking English. I think he literally says something like, okay, instead of boring you with how the heck did I suddenly magically been able to talk to a boy that's likely going to speak English, we're just gonna overlook that portion, right? He literally said it in his narration when he was breaking the fourth wall. But anyways, that's a plus. Majima has amnesia, so it's a reboot kind of dealy, right, for newcomers. And Majima is a long-staying character, so much like a Dragon 8 Infinite Wealth, right, or Like a Dragon Gaiden, they stand alone because it's isolated. This character has a lot of baggage. It's in there, right? There's some Easter eggs, so plus for some Easter eggs. That's for me too. Lots of sufficient Easter eggs, but it's kind of a plus minus for Easter eggs, right? They might not hit, but the Easter eggs, I think the one potential one was, I think, got offset, which is Minami Nishida and Saejima. So overall, it was a plus, which makes up for their intentions. What could have happened is, oh hey, let's throw in a bunch of inside jokes about Minami Nishida and Saejima without explaining it in a way that is welcoming to newcomers, right? So they could have said, Minami could have behaved very like him and then talk about Yakuza in very depth that appeals to legacy, but it would not make sense for newcomers. It'd be like, I don't understand why this character is here. I don't understand why these three characters are here and you're supposed to be excited or they're important. They made efforts, right, through Drinklinks. The Drinklinks writing was fantastic. And the way they spoke was from an amnesia standpoint. It was like, oh wait, oh yeah, hey, you remember that time? And they made it very sentimental, right? So that kind of allowed it to form some attachments. Wow, I think that was really, really wonderful. You kind of can't help but feel like it's a retcon, but it's not a retcon, right? It's a mechanical, contextual thing that actually does happen in this line of work. When you're in when you're pirates, you get shipwrecked, trauma happens, people lose memory, like they forget things. It was fantastic. I thought it was incredibly creative how far they pushed the amnesia thing. I mean, not to mention sometimes the gag, there's a running gag. I don't know, this is like a midpoint. I'll put this into the extra highlight things. I think the highlight is that running gag, is this real? The real gag, is this real gag? Spoilers again. Near the end, like, is it real? It's a story. So I think that really worked in his advantage. The negatives, some things that will likely make newcomers not as excited is probably it's unfocused. That's largely the appeal as well, but for the sake of the current like game environment, it hasn't changed much in my opinion. Newcomers, it's unfocused. In fact, also probably lacks depth. Cheesy, possibly, because it's very carefree. And I honestly would go as far as saying mini games are still a niche thing and not looked as a production, because mini games often considered as cheapen elements of lacking a core focus, right? Lacking a core focus. This will probably be that. One thing that I feel has been forgotten lately, which I'm gonna put in my own category, because I did read up on some stuff and looking at sentiments. Usually performance and bugs come into the equation only when it's negative, but it doesn't often come into the equation when it's positive. Or a developer or publisher that has a long track record of good performance. It becomes less of a thing, as in it doesn't stick out anymore, right? So for a newcomer, you don't know the legacy of that, so rarely do they even consider that in the first place. Oftentimes when a publisher or a developer is known to have poor performance and bug history, newcomers would be legacy players would be surprised when they don't, and then newcomers would be the same, because newcomers would run the rumor mill. They would be like, oh, I heard this developer has often performance issues with their games. In my personal category, RGG games, they run like butter most of the time, like even with the notorious things that most people talk about, like De Nouveau. All of RGG games run on De Nouveau. So, and yet, because of, here's a negative for newcomers. PS3 graphics. That's probably a newcomer remark, right? PS3 graphics. That's not true. However, there are ways that I can rationalize why someone would think that, because there are 3 tier when it comes to character models, they operate on a 3-tier system. There are NPCs, background characters that are tier 3 that arguably you could stretch to appear like PS3, right? And they can be very prominent all around. So like the things you walk around, the things you look at, the textures and stuff can borderline that. And then there are tier 2s, which are voiced NPCs for like sub-stories and stuff. And then tier 1s, the core casts that are mocapped, right? Including the villains. The villains are one-offs, but they are mocapped to some extent, and are nowhere near PS3. But the idea is this also comes at the expense of not hyper-realistic graphics. So oftentimes newcomers is, I don't want to play this game, it doesn't look that great, right? There's one more and I totally forgot. It's usually a oh, I totally forgot it. It might come back to me, but one of them is usually graphics. Definitely graphics. And another one slightly is mature content. Although the whole pirate theme kind of helps a little bit. Mature content. I think in this age of gaming at the moment, comfy heroism, comfy heroism is trendy. So in a way, it's a plus. It's a plus plus that Noah and pirates are a thing, which makes sense because Gaiden was really well received by the legacy players. But if I had to take a gamble, Gaiden was not popular. It did just as well as I think they expect. Because Gaiden, secret agents, like that's great and all, but it's very mature content and it dealt with secrecy and all that. And that's a very niche thing. I really like that type of thing, like watching shows like The American or watching movies like State of Play, things that deal with conspiracies and whatnot. In the nitty-gritty part of conspiracy, like the pros and cons of conspiracy, not the conspiracy of heroism. Like, oh, here's a government plot, here's your hero and main character. They're saying like screw the plot, let's break down the system. Not that type of thing, where conspiracy and organization is offered as a backdrop to motivate the character to unequivocally and consequentless, like no repercussions, to break down the system. That type of thing is trendy. It's comfy. You don't really talk about and focus on the idea of death, losing people, family values. So in this case, because of the nature of the storytelling and Majima basically still telling his story, and then Noah, the kind, the adventurous kid and stuff, it resonates with the Western audience, right? On the legacy side, that's where the lack of melodrama, the lack of epic boss fights, maybe even add the lack of consequences, is more for a niche category or the people who are used to it. Like for me, it was a lot of fun. It felt like a great way to introduce people to the world of Like a Dragon, sort of. Because when someone says they like Pirate Yakuza, I would still raise my hand and say maybe stick to Yakuza Like a Dragon and Yakuza Infinite Wealth, because Casca is a more comfy version. The idea that it just took off, like the JRPG stuff and Casca Saga. Casca is a Monkey D. Luffy. Kiryu is a niche, right? Is the serious melodrama and stuff. So Majima in this game is having once again, I always applaud, in my opinion, the bravery for constantly pushing towards trying to do both. Usually you lose out, right? When you make a game that panders to legacy or attempt to pander to legacy players while trying to expand your fan base, you ultimately lose on both fronts. And they're doing it again, but with even a more limited budget and time, right? So this is a different way to go about it, and I think it largely succeeds. Succeeds as in it's okay, it's good. So wrapping all this up to what I mean by good is, I think legacy players, which I alluded to already, will give it a 9. Right? And newcomers will likely give it a 7. Largely because I still think it's a little bit closer to preservation. And for me, this time, my personal rating, which I do have to add a couple more remarks, like the challenge in the epic boss fights. I think understanding that the streamlining version of the iterative design matches the story. Like the story's brevity is matched by the brevity of everything else. And all these things in my opinion, are brilliantly negotiated. For me, I do see what is desirable and undesirable for this. So I would have leaned around an 8, like meet in the middle, right? It's already a setup, like an 8. However, this game is refreshing in the sense that it's trying to be different from Like a Dragon, like the mainline series, you know, the mainline versus the preservation series. So because of the second time go around, I think most of the stuff that I'm saying, oh, lack of epic boss fights, lack of melodrama, and lack of like challenge or maybe depth, almost make me feel like because it is a very different experience and it reflects the combat system and whatnot, it's juggling two things. Like now RGG is wearing 2 hats, right? Constantly wearing 2 hats. And understanding that intent makes me kind of like the game a lot more for its design choices. So for me, my personal rating is I would also give it a 9. It panders to me in a way that the strong points about the legacy stuff and also the strong point about the brevity of the writing worked really, really well to offset this. This often would drag me down a little bit because it leaves me wanting. But the idea of the way they wrote all these things was fantastic. I think is just enough. Again, I've already expressed my I could very well focus on being a self-entitled legacy player and highlight all the things that this game could have been or would have been or missed opportunities. I've highlighted some of them. Michelle and Raymond, they had such great English voice actors, and I imagine the Japanese and the Mandarin speaking cast will bolster that just as much. But villains tend to have entire arcs dedicated to them, and in this series I have to come to the preservation series, I have to come to terms with the idea that the brevity is that they don't end up getting background stories. Like, I can't tell you how much I enjoy Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth and most of the mainline series when the moment they reveal their background. In fact, I actually think Rodriguez's father, who actually remains unnamed, right? I don't think he actually has a name. That ending, that backstory, that little touch of, oh, he had the elixir all along. That thing got me spinning. Like, that was such a nice little touch at the end. But Raymond and Michelle didn't even get that. Like, like if you think about what Michelle is, okay, she's an aristocrat, and she did something. Like, how did she establish Madlantis? She just did it. And Raymond's like, oh, there's Raymond. He did something too, I guess. And then you can kind of feel this tension, but yeah. Not only did they not overstay their welcome, they didn't stay at all. Right? So there's no attachment to them. But the quality of their lines and their dialogue, whatever was there, was really powerful. And for me, I think I kind of understand how the limitations of what they have to do, and that's being very as fair as I can. I have no reservations that in the future, when they have to write another character, another villain, they're just on the spot. Like, they're so excellent at making people ominous and villainous, right? And oftentimes for a newcomer and a legacy player, not becoming attached to the villains are it's okay for legacy players. It's normal actually for newcomers, right? Because the status quo in the gaming industry is villains are plot devices. They are targets in which you circumvent and overcome. However, for legacy players, it's really, really well known that some of the villains become the most iconic characters in the main line or part of the cast. Majima is one of them. The irony, the poetic nature of this, and I think it works really poetically to this. Like, those villains may very well be Majimas. In this case, though, Majima is the protagonist, so it has a different feel to it. And hopefully, maybe I'm wrong about this, and they go back to doing something like that. I was actually pretty taken aback when, sorry, spoilers, guys. When both, I'm not gonna say the nature of where they both were unceremoniously ended, like their lives were ended, right? How is the big thing, but villains have poetic exits, and they were poetic exits. Just completely void of background, completely void of background. Yeah. Like a Dragon series tend to leave open as well a possibility of redemption and or resurgence or recurrence of a character, right? I didn't even mention Keith and Jack the Collector. That is like a running gag in Like a Dragon. So for Legacy, like, Keith comes back all the time, Jack comes back all the time. In fact, sometimes you wouldn't be surprised they come back as a support character or something. And in this game, there was many nods to Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth's characters, right? All of them came back in some capacity or some story. Even Jeff, right? Jeff, the taco stand, the taco truck guy. Most of the sub-stories actually dealt with something that allows all the characters to continue to persist. Big Nine. Know that I acknowledge that I'm a legacy player, so I already start at a 7 if they meet their bottom line, right? I don't think RGG is going to go out of the way to not meet their standards, their bottom lines. I didn't even mention game settings. Oh, and of course, I forgot the thing. I just remember the thing that's a plus that is underappreciated for a developer that has a good track record, but definitely overweighted and almost unfairly double standard for a developer that doesn't. Performance, right? Performance and lack of bugs. This is a Japanese developer we're talking about, right? This is SEGA. Main house, right? And multi-platform. In fact, this is Steam Deck verified on launch day. There was an issue though. We're not talking about free of issues. Lack of bugs, but there were things. So, okay, I oversold it a little bit too much. There lack of significant bugs. There was something about DLSS and frame generation, but that isn't necessarily entirely RGG and Sega's limitations. That also deals with NVIDIA. So finding compatibility and driver interactions between DLSS and generative frame, right? Generative frame pipelines, that deals with the current technology that's rolling out. So even then, there was a patch. Within this 10 days, there was at least an attempt and a patch to address that. But it's not exclusively a Sega problem. So performance is great. Lack of significant bugs. You don't get to say that very much. It's to the point, it's a meme in this day and age for any publisher. And it's only a meme when that publisher has done wrong. When it doesn't have that, rarely do both newcomers and legacies ever acknowledge that to an extent that elevates a game's rating or a developer, right? What's a great example? Capcom's recent game that got released, Monster Hunter Wild. Go look at that if you want an example. That is the classical launch of a game. It's like it's bound to happen. So while I want to normalize that, it's a inherent hazard of releasing games that are new, taking risks on game engines and new architecture and new features. So all of that is a big risk. And on the safe side, Sega, at least RGG, doesn't take that risk. But then you have comments that are at a sacrifice of that. Like, for example, PS3 graphics, right? So they still take the hit somewhere in its criticism. What I think it would be very justified and fair to say, if you're going to make comments like this about taking risk for engines and rendering prowess and risking making bigger and better games or bigger games in general, also celebrate when a game is refined, iterative, streamlined, and as a consequence of that, also work really well, runs out of the bag with minimum things, right? Like, in fact, I think RGG has a record of, if there's a bug that can be abused or exploited in the game, they just leave it in there. Like, what I mean is, oh, there's a bug in which you can like cancel the animation here or skip here or like farm this. It's like, yeah, leave it in the game. Like that's it. That's the game, right? It's rarely like retroactive. They don't expect to change anything about the game. The game is as is. I think there's currently there are some developers that are like that are pretty confident in that their game is as is and will be that. We're moving on. We're gonna go work on our next game, which happens to be related to this game. And that's probably RGG is a great example. Another one is probably Atlas with their Persona games when it comes to like how many things are moving around. It's a minus, it's a plus and a minus. It also means that you might not get free additional content in the future and whatnot. I kind of secretly, at the cost of scaring everyone else, I wouldn't mind a persistent title somewhere outside of that holds like a Dragon title, like a live, dare I say, a live service model, but more like a persistent expansion world, something like the world of Like a Dragon or something. And but that's beyond me. And also I could see it like a Star Wars situation that happened, a Star Wars Outlaw situation that could occur, or a Ubisoft related thing that could occur with RGG. So I applaud this 9. It's a very high 9 for exercising restraint and discipline on what is pretty much a safe title. Their preservation series is about being safe, right? Safe. And yet I incredibly enjoyed it. It's fantastic. It is such a lean it's not the best meal I've ever had at the expense of my health. It is that well-balanced meal that I would probably eat 90% of the time. And then for the 10% of the time, I would splurge on like Wagyu or that triple-decker burger in which I can't eat every day. But this, in my opinion, this for the combat series, I mean, I don't think they're gonna make a JRPG version of this, but this represents the most gold standard mid, like not like meh, but medium ground, like $60 Like a Dragon title, capturing every design choice thing outside of story. Story is contentious because it's subject to societal preferences. This represents it's usually an 8. Again, I'm making an exception because I think the topic of pirates was exceptional. 8, 8 across the board. I wouldn't be surprised if it's sitting around an 8 everywhere, minus any of the outlets that deal with legacy players like myself. I'm a Steam user. Steam's reviews are probably 9.9, 9 and plus, actually ranking higher probably at the time of this review, higher than Infinite Wealth, right? I gave Infinite Wealth a 10, but that's because I'm also a novelty seeker. Oh, right. I remember what the big negative here is. Nothing new. That's why this is a 7. PS3 graphics, nothing new, because it's all about new, and not shiny. Linked with new, right? I don't really have that. I like playing indie games. In fact, I kind of like old, new, East meets West, comfort and discomfort, like new things with old things, in probably even quantities. Not like your FromSoft Souls-like fan who only likes like 5% or 10%. It's a personal preference, obviously. Yeah. Off to the next year. I don't get to make these very often anymore. Like the year 2023, the year of the legacy, like Dragon stuff. But at least I get to make these possibly almost once every year. It's kind of like going to Otakon, to an anime convention, and volunteering at an anime convention for 3 days every year. I look forward to 2026. If not, I am a patient person, so it's 2027. Maybe see you guys at 2026 or 2027. And we will be playing this game again, and also playing the Japanese playthrough of Infinite Wealth. So we have the Japanese playthrough of Infinite Wealth because I ran out of time. I was slacking. And we'll be playing the Mandarin and the Japanese playthrough of Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii prior to the next release. Probably Like a Dragon 9. So until then, it's been a swell time. Really enjoyed this game. Maybe next time I'll focus more on like background, maybe like what the stuff that I like and the stuff that I look like a little bit more, or like I look for a little bit more, so it gives like a more contextual base on what that my 9 actually looks like. But I think all of these represent my opinions. All my thoughts about like the two sides of the coin, all of them are part of my thought process when it comes to providing a score, right? And I wanted to make this a social norm for myself personally. I don't want to set any standards for other people. It's not my deal. They can do whatever they want. For me, this is to remind myself what's important to me, constantly challenging myself to look at products not solely based on the score, because the 7 might sound nice to you on the right column. A 9 might sound overhyped to you based on the left column. The idea is to consider these things, combine them, and see if they're important to you. Personally, I think that is my best attempt to provide due diligence, hubris, humility, and also continue to learn about myself and explore about myself in the choices that I make. And maybe one day, who knows, I might get an opportunity to represent some of these things. That'd be kind of neat. But the low bearing fruit here, like the main purpose of this is I'm exercising my skills, my critical thinking, and my problem solving skills on my decision making. And that's part of everything. Gaming is not an exclusion to that. So for now, we're back to language learning. And hopefully when I play the Japanese playthrough of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth next time, I will in the next year, I will be able to make commentary on Japanese a lot better than I've had, or a lot more nuanced than I've had when I first started the Like a Dragon Legacy, and I will be able to talk even more about the Mandarin in Like a Dragon in Pirate Yakuza, right? And then also the Japanese playthrough of Pirate Yakuza. So see ya next year or the year after. As always, if you're gonna watch this later, thank you. And until then, happy gaming. Maybe be interested in Like a Dragon. I'll see you guys then. Share some thoughts, and definitely feel free to join me or comment about your favorite moments or disappointments and whatnot about the series thus far as a whole, or the game itself, right? So see you in a year or two. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.